As we sailed across the fairest ravaged water. I don't know why. 'As we go watching, farting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Mike Jankowitz. Michael Jankowitz. Michael Jankowitz. Good evening. I need the glasses. Whoop, you fell out.
Ken?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
You're early.
Yeah, for me, that's for sure. But and I just forwarded the email to Joe Beverly, who hasn't been on in a while, but he may come on if he can do it. But I should tell you, and which you may know already, Alex Stavropoulos' father passed away on Sunday, so I don't know if he's going to be on. Um,
Oh,
yeah, so
oh, that's going to be a big deal for him because he's the one. I don't know. He's got an apartment or something. And Alex is living with him, right?
yeah, yeah. I'm sure he'll keep the apartment, but I mean, it's just a big thing. His father,
Sure,
you
sure.
know,
A lot of preparation and
yeah,
notifying people, everything, and
yeah,
uh, and paperwork and estates and wills and everything.
yeah. The only good thing about that is it keeps your mind off of the emotional trauma. So you got things you got to do. I noticed that when my folks died, not at the same time. My father died. It was my mother dealing with it mostly. But when my mom died, we had to do all this stuff, and it just kept our mind off of the fact that she died.
Yeah.
And
So okay. You had an emotional reaction to it.
well, yeah, I mean, most
It's
people do.
funny. Well, most people, I don't know. I just noticed sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. I don't try to fake it like,
No,
because it can take a normal thing. Well, I guess sooner or later everybody goes, so he didn't suffer, she didn't suffer.
yeah,
So it's okay.
that's how I felt also, and I never cried.
Right.
I didn't, I wasn't forcing anything, but the fact is, it did help that we had
Yeah.
things we had to do, so that I
Uh-huh.
didn't sit there and dwell on it. And the fact that my father, we thought would be dead by 70 or 75. He was just a risk taker, and he lived to be just short of 83. My
Uh-huh.
mother, we thought was going to live to be 100, and she died at uh, 85 and a half. So
Uh-huh.
you just don't know. And with my mother, I remember it she because she would always go to the doctor. My father couldn't care less about that. But I found out when my mother was actually dying. She said, "No, I'm ready now." And I'm saying, "Well, what were you going to the doctor all this time?" She said, "Because I wanted to make sure I didn't care how long I lived. I just wanted to make sure I was comfortable while I was living."
Uh-huh.
So, you know, that's all. She just wanted to have a good life for however long it lasted. So
Right. She didn't wind up being life extended with tubes and all
r-
kinds of stuff and operations.
right. And she got there without all that stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
But I also know that, sometimes when somebody's 100 years old and they die, it's not that emotional because if you had any common sense, you've been ready for it for at least a few years.
Yeah,
So
right. Yeah, okay. It's time for you to get off the stage. It depends on the person. So,
yeah,
oh, you know who's 100? I think he's 100 is Dick Van Dyke.
yeah, yeah, he just turned 100. Yeah.
And he's very popular. He gets a lot of coverage. And
Well, and
somewhere they said he was a great performer. That's his major characteristic. I think his major characteristic is he was affable. He's a kind of like nice guy you like.
yeah,
You just think well of him because he was never associated with anything negative.
yeah. But that
No
was
scandals.
his persona. I mean, I remember the thing that made him a star actually, or started him on his way was he starred in Bye Bye Birdie on Broadway.
Oh,
And that's what got him the Dick Van Dyke Show. And then he did the film, and it was sailing over that, then Mary Poppins or whatever. But the funny
right.
thing about Dick Van Dyke is people don't know he was a chain smoker for a long time,
Wow.
like 20 years, and he was an alcoholic.
Oh, yeah. You
And
wouldn't see. It wouldn't. That would have ruined his reputation. He's a goddamn drunk. No,
well,
really.
he was in other words, he was a controlled alcoholic in that, he didn't lose his temper, he didn't bother anybody or something. He would just go home and be drunk. I mean, his wife eventually divorced him, but and he got remarried to this Jewish girl who takes care of him left and right or whatever. She's about 40 years, no, about 45 or 50 years younger than him. And
Huh?
he's ecstatic, obviously. Anybody who had a girl woman 50 years younger than them would be a little upbeat. And but the fact that he lived to 100 with all this stuff that I mean, with the alcoholism and smoking, it was
I'm pretty sure it was. He made an announcement that he can still dance and stuff, and he says, "I maintain, a physical presence."
yeah,
Is exercising or whatever, and it was important because it's true. If you lose your mobility, that's a lot. You
yeah,
went through that when you had an accident, so you
yeah.
lost mobility.
But you get back on it. I mean, it's just a matter of walking. I'm sure he walks. He says in baby steps now, but he walks.
Yeah,
Um, but he
yeah, you
got
won.
one thing, one thing that threw him for a loop. I mean, he was very upset when Rob Reiner's wife died because he knew Rob Reiner since Reiner was a baby, just about, or a young kid. This
They
was like
never,
a
they never did anything theatrically. Was he ever in a Reiner production?
I
I
don't
don't think
think
so.
so. No, but they were close. I mean, he was, different guys. Apparently Rob was like a nephew to him because
Yeah,
Van Dyke was close with Carl Reiner and his wife, and yeah. So I know that he was very upset. So I don't know how that's going to affect his upbeat attitude, uh, especially since Rob Reiner was murdered. And I know it wasn't like he died of natural causes or they knew he was sick or something like that. That's sudden death, and
yeah, yes, in a
but
kind of scandalous way. Not scandalous, but like what the fuck happened? The son. Why would the son come in and kill him? You
yeah,
know,
killed by his own son. It just um yeah.
it's like a
So it
nightmare. It's like a nightmare. They made one movie like that my kids liked. I thought it was like too much, too similar to my life. I can't even remember the name of it. But it was about a crazy drug addict family where the mother was crazy and the kids were on drugs, and It was just a terrible scene, mental illness and drugs. I can't remember the name, or I can't remember anybody who was in it. I just remember how upsetting it was. But so this is that kind of a thing when you have somebody who's off in
Well,
another reality.
yeah, yeah, he was a drug addict, and he was, you know, it's a shame. That's all I can say. I mean, I think that's kind of horrific. But look. What's the old saying? You can only raise them, and
Oh, really? You can only raise, you can try to set them straight. Right.
yeah, it's. I mean,
Do you have brothers? You have brothers?
I got an older brother. Yeah.
And how's he doing? He's okay. He's not crazy.
No, but he can be. No, he's not crazy, but he can be hard nosed. Let's put it that way.
Was that
Uh,
he's more, it's too right wing, too
well,
capitalist?
he's he. I wouldn't say he's right wing. He's conservative. That was never a problem. He's probably, although but he's kind of like non-compromising. I mean, that's not a mental illness. That's just a character trait. So no, he's fine otherwise. Um, no, I mean, sometimes people. Are you the only child, the youngest, or the oldest?
Me, I'm the youngest. I have a brother. He's the only one left.
And is your brother a lot more hard nosed than you are?
No, they're both stuck with the curse of comedy. Like I was explaining to Grace, when sometimes we'll be somewhere and I'll just make some statement that's shockingly diverse or it's a joke of some kind. I can't even remember what they were. Uh, let's see, what was the last one? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We went in the waiting room. I had to have a medical procedure, and they just moved into a new part of the building. So the waiting room was enormous compared. There was like chairs along the wall, and there was about three or four people sitting there waiting. But it was a big area, so brand new carpets and everything. I says, well, when did the dance lesson start? So you make a statement like that,
Well,
and
actually, yeah,
it's not me thinking it. It just comes from the
yeah.
ether. I think most comedies, a lot of comedies like that, especially when it's like uh, Williams, Robin Williams, or the guy that was his mentor. In fact, the fat guy. What's his name? The fat guy that Robin Williams really liked.
Jonathan Winters.
Jonathan Winters. It's contemporary. Impulse, like just
Well,
it comes in.
well, comedy
Yeah.
it's how you look at the world. In other words, you're always looking for something funny or absurd. My brother and is like that, and he's got a dark sense of humor. So, like when my
Yeah.
father died, he was making jokes when we were looking for a coffin. But that's what gets you through life also. I mean, let's face it, my brother and I are on opposite sides of the political spectrum, and my sister-in-law couldn't believe it. We were having this fierce, really yelling and cursing at each other argument about politics. And then I forget which one of us made it. I think my brother made a joke, and we both started laughing. And my sister-in-law was saying, how do you do that? You're like yelling at each other, and then all of a sudden you're laughing together.
Right.
Is
Well, I
that
notice that people who don't have that sense of humor of the absurdity of the world, it goes back through various people, famous writers and the Nash or and of like the phallus the silliness of life's but a stage or just actors on it. It's a temporary thing. You may forget your lines. You might trip and fall into the orchestra pit. That's okay. Just get up and go on. And so some people who don't have that sort of like feel that the people who do have that ability are, you know, strange. I mean, it's usually they get admiration, you know,
Mhm.
for being a spontaneous humor. So your brother's got a good sense of humor, but he's a little bit stubborn, at least
Yeah,
on
yeah,
something.
yeah. We've all got our little things, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
my brother's straight military, not a political person at all, but good sense of humor.
was he in the
Good
military?
sense of humor. No, no, no. He worked for a place in Jersey called Picatinny Arsenal. He's a physicist. So,
Really?
you know, yeah. It wasn't, it's not like he was, you know, that where he was like summa cum laude from MIT or something. He's just a regular physicist working out things. So it's interesting. In munitions, that's what Picatinny Arsenal made weapons or ammunition. They have to, in certain cases, they have to produce 100 items, let's say, of a certain shell, and then they have to test 90 of them to see what the certainty, what the predictability is on the remaining 10%. Let's
Right.
say, especially if it's going up in space, you know. So you make
Right.
100 of them and you test 90 of them and you say, well, these are like 80% reliable, and I got 10 left, so 8 of the 10 will probably work, you know. It's that kind of stuff, physics, and that's it. And he had political philosophies like if I don't do it, somebody else will, and the that's the one of the main justifiers. And the other one is, well, you see, we make an advancement in munitions, and then the other side makes an advancement in protective gear. So then
Right.
we have to up them, you know, so it's just a chess game. That's, you know, that's the way a lot of people in the military work at that. Of course, we don't want to hurt anybody, but, you know,
Well,
life has kind of proven that war is very popular.
yeah.
It never goes out of season.
Right.
And, you know, and most societies are were established by being conquered by force, by whatever, who's ever in charge. Most, I'm sure not all, but, you
Or
know.
they considered somebody else. Yeah. But well, that's uh, it's funny because I sometimes say, how did a certain society come about? And some societies just came about. I mean, um, I mean, if you look at Jews, you know,
Well, I mean,
it,
in the Old Testament, they had lots of conflicts, and God has
yeah,
says, "I will smite those people who don't agree with you." You know.
but they didn't start that way. It depends. I mean, everybody goes through this. Like, look, human beings. There's a saying that I use for the title of my play, but there's a saying that says, "Only the dead will know the end of war," because human beings have not evolved to a point where they're going to stop killing each other, um, or they're not going to, where they evolve past war. So when I hear people saying, "Well, why can't we just end war?" and I say, "Well, start evolving."
Or get rid of everybody. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I say. I say, listen, there's no more problem. I found the place, the solution to all the conflict in the world. This is a place where people never argue. They're not jealous. They're not envious. They don't lose their temper. It's called forest lawn.
yeah,
That's it. And then there under the earth, then everybody's at peace, sort
right.
of. I don't know. Never get a bad smell from a grave site. You know, just think, oh, he's still farting. I don't think so. It's
No,
always like, okay, it's quiet. You know.
well,
Oh,
actually, there was.
I heard a good one today. I mean, a very good. I really like the YouTube stuff. There's so much good stuff out there. So some guy did a thing about the background of Macau. You know, Macau, an island near Hong Kong.
Mhm.
It's famous for being like a gambling center,
Right.
but it was Portuguese. and the
Right.
Portuguese owned it for a long time. And then they allowed them to become independent. So it's a separate country, Macau. It's
Right.
not part of, and they imported people from everywhere, so much so that and even originally there was no Chinese, it was just Portuguese,
Hmm.
or not many Chinese. So now the DNA is completely universal, like people from, in the DNA from South America, from Russia, from Africa, from all over the world, people came so that there's a true mixture of uh, DNA of, I don't know about the culture of that they designed, but it's interesting. That's like one story that doesn't have a dominant, one country that doesn't have a dominant,
Well,
legacy of DNA of tribal heritage.
but
They just come from
what country is it part of?
Macau. I think it's just by itself. Let's see. I know it's a city. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is China, but I don't think so. Let me see.
I would think it would be part of China, but which China?
China. Macau is, oh, here's what it says. Special Administration Region of China, just the way Hong Kong used to be, and maybe still is technically. Yeah. Consists of Macau Peninsula and two islands, Taipa and Cologne, and known for its unique blend of Chinese and Portuguese culture, operates under the principle of one country, two systems. So again, that's like what they were supposed to have with Hong Kong, but they're kind of
So it,
violating it. So it is Chinese.
but it's been operating as a separate system in within
Yeah,
China for
yeah.
the past 50, 75 years.
I don't know. Let's see. One say demography of Macau. Oh, okay. That's a question of when did Macau become independent,
Mm,
autonomous?
right. That's interesting.
So they became December 20th, 1999.
Oh, really?
Macau, yeah. The
Same time.
United Nations resolution declared that Macau, Singapore, and all other colonies were considered non-self-governing territories. Oh, which meant they could break away from their colonial powers and become independent nations. So that they made that a UN declaration, so that it no longer belonged to Portugal.
Right. But do they belong to China?
Well, uh, so Macau's independence from the People's Republic of no, it says is a stance advocating for Macau's. No, no, no. They're still trying to become, but pushing for their independence.
Oh, okay.
It says in 2016 there was something that happened, but this is all the history of that. But I'm just curious. I want to look up and see if I can find something about the statistics of their demographics. Here we go. A population of 682,000 and growth of 23.5 since 2011. Households, blah, 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 age structure, ethnicity, and education. A mix of ethnicities with varying levels of education and health status. It's not giving me the numbers, though.
Right.
Maybe if I go to, say, image, sometimes they'll give me charts. Image. So, what have you been working on? Oh, no, by the way, hello, Daryl. Daryl's here. What have you been working on? What's the story? What would your press agents tell us, Mike?
Oh, um, my press agent would probably say, I don't know, I can't reach Mike. He never calls back. My but right now I'm trying to finish a play finish writing a play, I've got about 2.5 weeks to do it. And it's believe me, it's I mean, I just have to get get it together and get it out to this area, people in France by late February at the latest, and then I can tweak it after that, and but I've got to get a full play out to them. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. I mean,
Well,
I've
how
been
many
doing
acts? What's the structure? Three acts,
no 2 acts,
two acts, and
but
is it a comedy, tragedy, what? Philosophic, action,
it
what?
revolves around the murder of Canadian prisoners of war by the SS right after D-Day. So I don't think it'll be a comedy. No, it's not a
You don't
comedy.
think so? So
No,
it's not going to be like one of those TV. What was the name of that? There was one with the German prisoner camp. What
Hogan's
was it?
Heroes. No, no,
Hogan's here.
no, 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 no. That won't be the case with this one. It's a second play in a trilogy, so the first one wasn't funny. I mean, there might be a couple of witty lines in there, hopefully, if I'm up to snuff, but no, it's a very serious subject. Um, However, uh, I
Yes,
mean,
but I got to bring that up if you don't mind. What, like, you notice the thing, like the Star Wars, especially the first three,
mhm.
the biggest battle there, and then they throw in a comic scene between R2D and
Right, 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 right.
just oh, you're stupid. And it was based on, I think the same thing was true with Japanese director, because a lot of the Star Wars stuff was based on these Japanese films of
Well,
Hirakawa,
actually, Kurosawa.
Kurosawa. And when you watch those, you'll see little pieces of humor,
there
you know.
could be some moments of humor, but actually, Star Wars. When I saw Star Wars, and I watched the last battle scene, it was lifted. It was a direct copy of a World War II movie called 633 Squadron. But when I say
Uh-huh.
all they did was take the same images and make it in outer space, I mean, but it was the same battle. It was
Uh-huh.
everything was the same. They just like changed RAF Mosquito fighter bombers into, attack starships, and they
Right.
changed the German rocket fuel factory into the Death Star. It was just, I mean, all they did basically was color it in, and George
Uh-huh.
Lucas admitted it. He
Yeah.
just stole it from that, and so I always say when I watch Star Wars, I just said it was just I didn't think it was anything that great. I just I said the original films were better, but it wasn't bad. It was enjoyable. Uh, I
Yeah,
just
but the two robots, that was all of the comedy. There might have
yeah,
been a little bit of romantic comedy between Han Solo and the princess, a
Carrie.
little bit. Yeah, yeah. After all, the fame, everybody gives a lot of credibility when she says, "I love you," and then he says, "I know you do."
Yeah. Actually, I always thought it was funny that her name was Princess Leia, which
You think they did that on personally?
thought of that one. Yeah, it's and I thought that the romance is going to be between her and Mark Hamill, but you know,
Well, but they were related,
as it
brother
turns
and
out,
sister. Yeah, as
yeah,
it turned out. So there
yeah.
was a little flirtation in there somewhere, but then they found out, I think,
If it was flirtation, I think it was just like he was attracted
cousins.
to her on some level, but he didn't
Yeah.
know which one, and then he realized that it was because they were related. But
Yeah.
I thought it was the Star Wars was hokey, okay, but it was
Oh,
fun.
it
But
was
it was
sure it was ridiculous battles with five guys shooting with lasers. God, nobody gets it.
However, it did turn out well for one of the actors in it, or should I say, the the finest actor in it. Um, when
Alec.
they Alec Guinness,
Yeah,
he was shooting the bridge on the River Kwai, when they started shooting, William Holden, who really believed in the bridge on the River Kwai, but so he took like the minimal money, salary
yeah,
for the
yeah,
movie, and the rest of it he took in a percentage of the gross, right?
yeah,
And the studio was only too happy to do that because they didn't have to pay him this enormous sum. He was like the top box office star in Hollywood, and so instead of paying him a salary, they paid him next to nothing, but he got a percentage. And he told Alec Guinness and Jack Hawkins, he said, "Guys, you got to do this. This movie's going to be a hit." But as Alec Guinness recounted, they said he and Jack were, they were British, and when you did films, you only did films for the money, and when you did films, you took the money and run. You take the money and run. So they were getting paid more than Holden, and he was a bigger star. So William Holden, of course, became a multimillionaire from the Bridge on the River Kwai, and Alec Guinness learned his lesson. He
no,
said, I should have listened to Bill. So, what Alec Guinness did on Star Wars, and he didn't have, William Holden had the biggest role in the Bridge on the River Kwai, but
right,
Alec
right,
Guinness really had, a sort of a cameo, like an extended cameo, but he took a percentage and never regretted it.
right,
I
right.
mean,
Well, no, no. I mean, I think I got to give credit to Lucas because he wanted to capture, for marketing. In other words, it was silly enough or comic book enough for people under 30, but
right.
was but for people over 30, it was science fiction enough.
Well, it
It's,
was
you
never really
know,
science fiction. What Alec Guinness did is he gave it prestige. And
oh
that's
yeah,
what
yeah,
it,
yeah. But it
and
was
I'll be,
no, no. Star Wars is sci-fi, you
well,
know.
they call it sci-fi. I call it space opera. I call it
Okay,
fantasy.
okay.
Yeah, there's very little science in it. But what Alec Guinness,
Uh,
yeah, it's not really science. It's all fantasy. But what Alec Guinness did, I have to be quite honest with you. I don't know if Star Wars would have been as big a hit without Alec Guinness, without his name on it,
oh,
because it wouldn't have been taken as seriously by the studios. They had to take it seriously because, this top-notch actor, British actor, was, had a part in it. And adults would see the movie because they would say, well, it's got Alec Guinness. It can't be all schlock.
yeah,
And so otherwise it would have been just a kids movie. But I think I put it this way, it wouldn't have been nearly as big a hit. I don't think it didn't have his name attached to it. And Alec Guinness knew that. And I think he called up, I don't know, this might be apocryphal. He called up William Holden and he said, Bill, do you think it'll be a hit? He said, you think I should take a percentage? And Holden apparently, supposedly said, what do you got to lose? You're not poor, you know? If the movie's a flop, you're not going to be out in the street. So he did it. He took the percentage and that was it. Then you had the marketing, all of the toys and everything. I don't know if he got a percentage of that, but if he did, that was it. Uh, but he did really well off of Star
yeah.
Wars. And again, what was it? I mean, a few weeks' work. They even
Uh,
reused images for the next film or I think for the next two films. And he gets paid for that.
well, maybe he did some voiceovers in the subsequent movies, you
Yeah, he
know.
might have done a few more lines or something, but you think about it, he probably made a few $1 million for uh, you know, maybe the equivalent of a month or two of work. Not a
Yeah,
bad, not a bad return.
yeah, yeah. It happens. That's right. Well, depending upon how many yachts you're trying to maintain, you know.
Ah,
But yes, no, no, he was good. And I just thought of something that nobody ever, I never heard any comment about. That people will talk about Darth Vader, you know, was the voice was Jones, you know, the black actor.
yeah, yeah.
What's his name?
James Earl Jones.
Jones. Huh?
I knew his father,
Yeah,
Robert
what
Earl.
was his what's his
Very, very.
name?
His father's name was Robert Earl Jones, and James Earl
So
Jones.
James Earl Jones, right?
Yeah,
But nobody talks about, and then they talk about him doing the voice, and then this other 7 foot guy who played the physical part. But then nobody talks about who did the voice for Yoda. The
I thought it
voice,
was a
you
book.
know, who the voice Yoda was. You know, speaking backwards grammatically, he always everything Yoda said was like inverted.
Well,
You know,
actually, they probably
smarter
did
than
that.
the other must you be. You know, that kind of a thing.
But you know, the funny thing is about movies and when movies make this money. Like for instance, there's this thing. I can move it into present day political stuff. This Melania film, right? And
Uh,
everybody said, okay, we predicted it would make 3 to 5 million, and it made 7 million. Okay, it's still not earning a lot of money. It's just earning more than it was predicted. And everybody's saying, well, how did that happen? And first of all, forgetting about whether Trump supporters went to see it, they studios, just like Broadway shows, they've been doing this for years. They buy tickets. The
of
producers
course.
will buy out a lot of tickets, raise the amount of money, and if they buy enough tickets, and then maybe other people will say, "Oh well, look, it's doing well. Maybe I'll check it out." And money builds money. So
Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, on the internet, they got robots, you know,
yeah,
giving you more views, but it's all automatic or boiler
right,
room in Indonesia. I
yeah,
got this is a shocking news I've got to make here. I want to break into this broadcast to tell you who did the voice for Yoda. I can't, it's
okay.
hard. I'm reading this. It's hard to believe. Frank Oz.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I did hear that, as a matter of fact. Yeah,
You know,
Frank Oz. Yeah.
so it wasn't
So
just
I
some
mean,
guy off the street. It's
well,
Frank
no,
Oz.
Frank Oz was a big, producer, film person, and they probably said, "Yeah, do the
No, no,
voice."
he's the guy who did the puppeteer and voice actor, but
Yeah,
he was the puppets. You
right.
know, I think that was his big thing.
But the fact is, they pay him a bunch of money, and that's it, or they give him a percentage. I mean, when that movie, you have to remember when Star Wars came out. Um, I remember George Lucas was known. His first big hit, he did a movie called THX 1138, which was science fiction, and it didn't
Yeah,
make any. Okay, I mean, I don't know if it was a flop, but it just didn't do that well. But then he did this movie, which was totally different, which became a big hit, which is called American Graffiti.
right. I've never
And
seen it, but yeah,
yeah, well, it was a big hit. It was a good movie. I thought it was one of his best movies. But it appealed to youth and everything like that. But it was a good movie, and it launched the careers of Richard Dreyfuss and Ron Howard and Paul Matt, who has since faded, Charlie Martin Smith. It was a big hit. It was a big hit, and so he was able. And I remember I was taking a film class with Joseph Gelmus, who was the Newsday film critic in college, my first year of college, and Gelmus was saying that he said, "Yeah, well now Lucas is using the money he made and the notoriety he got from doing American Graffiti, and he said he's putting it all into this, fantasy film called Star Wars, and I mean, everybody says this could be it. That could sink him, and he would just be a one-hit wonder for American Graffiti. And then Star Wars came out, and that was it. You never know with films. In 1960, I'll tell you one story, and then we can move on to more interesting topics. But in 1960, United Artists had two movies that they were putting a lot of money or effort or something like that into. And the movie that they thought was going to be a big hit was called The Children's Hour because it had Audrey Hepburn and Shirley MacLaine and James Garner. And they thought, and it was like a controversial theme, and they thought that was going to be the big hit. The one that they thought was a risk. It was a risk because they were pouring a lot of money into it. And the director, one of the two directors, Robert Wise, was known as being very artistic, and they didn't know if that would appeal to people or whatever. And that was West Side Story. So guess which
Wow,
one?
the musical,
Yes.
the
And they
Bernstein
still weren't,
musical. Rita
and
Moreno.
they still weren't sure if West
But wait
Side
a minute,
Story
it had been on Broadway already, hadn't it?
had been on Broadway. It was a hit on Broadway, but it ran 2 years, but it wasn't. They were still, they still said, well, we don't know. The general public's a very New York film, and the music was a much higher level than the typical Broadway musical. So will the general public like it? And there's no stars. Natalie Wood was a star among young people, and Richard Beamer was kind of coming up there, but there were no major stars.
Richard Beamer, that was the one. I don't know anything else he did. I mean, the
Well, he
guy who
did.
played
Tony. Yeah.
Tony, yeah.
Yeah.
Tony.
Right. He became, but he was like a supporting. He had done the Diary of Anne Frank. That's why they cast
All
him.
right, so
And but then he had a career for about 4 years,
all
four
right.
or 5 years, and then
I
his
mean, the
career.
guy who played the guy who played first of all Rita Moreno, was that her name? The girl, the
Yeah,
Puerto Rican girl, and the Puerto Rican gang leader.
George
Uh,
Takei.
what? What's his name? The guy who
George
was the head of the Puerto
George
Rican,
Takei.
George Takeris, right?
Yes, yeah.
Something like that. So he had more of a career, but Richard Beamer, because he didn't have the charm or looks or something for Tony, I didn't think,
Well,
you
yeah.
know.
Tony is a thankless role. Um,
I know, but he looked like he came from Ohio or something. You know what I mean? He just didn't have the New York guts, and it just
well,
didn't look like he didn't look like oh, what's the word they use for for Italian New Yorker, Vito. He didn't have the
well,
Vito look. He didn't have any
he
of
wrote,
that charm.
but the
Would have
character,
been better. Even would have even been better with the big
no,
Scientology guy from
John
oh,
Travolta. No, 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 no,
yeah,
no, no.
yeah.
Actually, Tony was not Italian. Um,
Oh, he was not.
no, um, and he wasn't supposed to be a tough guy. He was like, he had been rebellious for a couple of years, and he was on this gang, and then he got off it, and he grew up, and he was not into being a senior gang leader like his best friend. And but Tony was not. They wanted. I think it was Jerry Robbins, the co-director. Jerome Robbins wanted because of the Diary of Anne Frank. They wanted a nice Jewish boy type, even if he wasn't supposed to be Jewish or whatever. But they wanted that type, nice Jewish boy. That's it.
Quiet guy, quiet guy. Come on, let's talk about this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And and the fact of the matter is, and that's how the character's written.
All right.
So Richard Beamer did fit the part in that respect, but after the movie, but the problem is the way the part's written. It's kind of like I don't want to say idealized. He's a romantic, and the character is a romantic, and so a lot of people who don't know anything about street gangs say, "Ah, you couldn't have somebody like that in the street gang." Well, that's bullshit. Of course you could. people get caught up in gangs for all different types of reasons. Um, but anyway, uh, you know, he just and he wasn't like this extremely charismatic actor. But I have to tell you, after West Side Story, he did The Longest Day. He did about 4 or 5 movies where he got top billing or one of the top billings. He was a star, not a
All right.
superstar, but he was a star. And then the funny thing about Richard Beamer is that so his career started going downhill because he was getting older and he didn't have that young leading man type of thing. He was now an older leading man and he wasn't getting the roles. So what did he do? Got
Open
heavily
up a
involved in
restaurant.
he got heavily involved in the civil rights movement, and he actually directed a couple of
Hmm.
short films, in favor of the civil rights movement, and he became, I would, and then when he went back to acting, he did it almost from scratch. He actually was, a much more serious person than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
But the and then of course, finally, decades later, he did Twin Peaks, and that put him back on the map. But Richard Beamer was, he was a leading man after West Side Story, but only for
Okay.
about 5 years because that's Hollywood.
Okay. Well,
So,
yeah, okay. Yeah, I
well,
guess you could say the same thing for Russell Crowe, you know. He's a
well,
big star, but he hasn't made that many movies, you know. It's not like
well,
Charles Lawton
no,
or
no.
or what's his name, the other British guy who's there was so many funny things about not Christopher Walken, the guy who was in Zulu. That was his first movie.
Michael Caine.
Yeah, Michael Caine. I say, oh, I was just watching the video your uncle took of the about Smiths for, and there's Michael Caine on the stage with you, because he was in so many videos and movies, you know,
Well,
and
the
everything.
joke used to be about Michael Caine is they would say Michael Caine would do a production of the Telephone Book if you paid him enough. Um,
That's you know. So anyhow, there's one. I just want to contribute this one thing. Then we got to find out what's happening with Daryl. I'd much rather just have conversations between us than talk about all the stupid things going on in the world. There were two things about. I was enthralled with Star Wars, the first one, because the basic principle of it was, in terms of technology, there's been no advance anywhere in the universe. It doesn't matter what kind of body, what your the genetics are, what your body. You got three arms, four eyes, or you're a dinosaur. It doesn't matter. Everybody cheats and steals and tries to make money on the side, and it gets jealous and it's greedy and it's vain. So all of the characters, especially the big scene in the canteen,
mhm,
on the desert planet, the canteen shot where Han Solo shoots a guy on the table because he
right.
owes him money or something. So it just showed, like, no, there's a difference between technical advancement and uh, uh, let's say a moral development, adulthood, being mature, moral maturity. There was no moral maturity. And then they used to make other science fiction stuff, especially in Twilight Zone, that anybody who comes from an advanced civilization is going to wear a white robe and just talk very simply and always give, little idioms because they're above all the conflict and they don't really care about that. And they're very
Well,
wisdom, and
what
that's
science
not
fiction?
true necessarily, because look what Germany did, and they had the most advanced technology and the most competence and the most barbaric social order.
Well,
Just well, it's simple. Just kill everybody who doesn't look like you. So,
science fiction, by
but
the way, in movies, I mean, aside from like The Time Machine or something like that, where it comes
Yeah,
from
the
the
time machine, that's a good example, right? The Eloi are just innocent, and the underground people are just evil.
well, no, what Wells's book was
Oh,
about
the
was
book.
that the human race
Yeah, yeah,
split
human
into
race broke into two categories, right?
yeah, and neither of them were. I mean,
So,
both of them
yeah,
were.
you need to survive. You had to have a mixture of both. You can't be so aggressive that you wind up eliminating your own species, and you can't be so timid that you just become, pay, your best hope is to just be similar, have symbiotic. Somebody keeps you alive because they get some function out of you, you
Well,
know.
he was more. Wells was doing an observational thing because what he did is he started out as a he studied some physics, but he started out as a biology student of biology.
Hmm.
Uh, he he had studied under um, Huxley, the biologist, not the novelist. And
Huxley, LSD, Huxley.
no, no,
Oh,
no LSD. But anyway, the idea is that, and he just foresaw the human race as decaying over the years. I mean, in the movie, they had a nuclear war that started it off. But in the book, there's no nuclear war, obviously, because the book was written in 1895. So
hmm.
but he just saw that the human race would eventually degrade into two, subspecies, and then eventually disappear. So it was more of an observational thing. He wasn't advocating anything, but it was more of
Well, in the movie, in the end of the movie, the guy Rod Sterling, is that no? What
Rod
was his
Taylor.
name?
Rod Taylor. Rod Serling is the
Rod
whole.
Taylor. He goes back to help the Illinois survive.
Well, yeah, the movie was more
It,
upbeat, but
he took
what I thought,
sides. He took sides with the flower people.
yeah,
He didn't
he
have
well,
any affinity for the Morlocks.
no, because the Morlocks had been the Morlocks were well, as Wells saw, the Morlocks were was the result of they became the embodiment of capitalism, whatever.
Yeah,
Wells was a Fabian socialist, um, so
yeah, but
yeah,
but I understand that. But pragmatically, in our contemporary society, there's lots of people who like pit bulls. And
let
pit
me tell
bulls
you
are
something.
nasty.
Pit bulls are not necessarily nasty. They're trained to be nasty, and
Oh, come on.
the reason is pit bulls. I have friends who have pit bulls. They're
Yeah.
very good with children. They're very protective of their owners, of their masters.
Uh-huh.
But they are not aggressive any more than any other uh, breed. But the thing about pit bulls is they have a problem, which is that when they close their jaw, and it closes on let's say, an arm or something like that, they have trouble unlocking their jaw.
Yeah.
So the joke about, the old story about the pit bull, once they get their teeth into something, they don't let go. It's because they have trouble letting go.
I didn't know. I did. I think you coming up with some basis of starting a nonprofit charity for poor pit bulls that can't stop, can't. Yes, once they bite something, it's not their fault. It's
Well,
the
the
bad,
idea
the
is
misfortune of the biology. They can't open their mouth.
you don't train a pit bull. What
Yeah.
these people do is they train pit bulls to be fighting dogs. And it's
Yeah.
a real brutal training. They really abuse the dog, and then the dog becomes vicious. But if pit bulls aren't vicious, I mean, if you train them not to bite anybody, I knew a pit bull who was he would never bite anything except food, but he would never clamp his jaws down on something if he didn't have to. As a matter of fact, he was almost shy. He was friendly, very friendly, and if he loved people, and he liked other dogs. As a matter of fact, other dogs, he was one of the least vicious dogs I ever met, and he was just very smart, and you know, he was raised to be a dog, not a fighting dog, not a guard dog. He was raised to be a pet, and he came out, and that's what he was. He was a good pet. Um, you know, we always say, oh, certain breeds they're bred for certain things, but the
Yeah,
fact of the
pit bulls are bred for bullfighting and bull baiting and dog fighting.
not originally, but that
Yeah,
they
yeah. Originally, well, I'm reading it. Originally built, bred for bull baiting and dog fighting, which has contributed to their reputation for aggression.
right.
However, this does not mean that all pit bulls are aggressive. Many are loving and gentle pets when properly trained and socialized.
Hmm.
So that doesn't mean that's a cop out thing. It's like, Jesus Christ, if they all went to Harvard, you wouldn't have any gang members.
But it's the same with people. If you train a
Eh,
person to be a vicious thug, that's what they're going to do. If you train, I mean, if you raise a person to be that way, that's what they're going to do. Now,
yeah,
sometimes there were pit bulls who were fighting dogs, but when they're put into what happens, I mean, this has happened with some pit bulls. They've actually taken them away from their owners who are vicious people. They just want the dog to make money in these dog fights and everything. And they're really brutal. They raise the dog very brutally. Sometimes you can take the pit bull, just like with people, and then when you give him a home with affection and everything like that, he loses that belligerency because he now says, "Oh, I mean, not in intellectual terms. He just says, "Oh no, life can be better." Look, these people are feed me and they pet me and they don't, keep me in a cage or anything like that, and they love me, and I'm not just an item to them, and I mean they're not thinking in that kind of advanced terms, but they just respond to the kindness. Sometimes it's too late. The pit bull is just, it's too far gone. But it's the same thing with people. People also, you can raise a person to be. I mean, there were people who were raised in the Hitler Youth, right? Right from when they were kids, and some of them are just they become, you know, horrible people, and they become full-grown Nazis or something, and or they go crazy or something. But sometimes some of them turn around and say, Jesus Christ, I don't have to live like that. I mean, I don't have to be like that. And they turn against the principles of the Hitler Youth. There were a couple of notable people who did that, who had been in the Hitler Youth and then became vividly anti-Nazi when they were adults. So dogs aren't obviously as advanced as people, so they can't do that quite as easily. But yeah, you could take a pit bull sometimes, depending upon the pit bull, but depending on the dog, you can take them out of that environment. And if you treat them kindly enough and fairly enough, um, then they may respond to that. So I always say when there's a pit bull attack, my first instinct is to blame the owner. Blame the owner.
hmm
Okay. Nobody, no dog comes out as a puppy ready to attack. They're puppies. They're ready to eat. They want milk from their mother. Something like that. No dog comes out that. I mean, there are certain instincts, but they're still dogs. They're
yeah,
still dogs. They're not rattlesnakes. They're dogs. They're breeds of dogs, but it's the same species. So I cut them slack. This doesn't mean that if you see a pit bull with a vicious owner, then that you could say to the pit bull, oh, let me just put my head in your mouth. No. Um, you got to get him away from the owner or something. But they always put the pit bull to sleep, and then the owner gets away with it. I don't
No,
get it.
no, no, no. The owner is culpable.
Well, they should be.
Yeah, they are.
They
So
trained it now.
I've got to switch. There's one other thing I want to start before we go into the dregs of present time. Uh, the start of Star Wars wasn't episode one, but it was the first one released. I forget it was episode four or something. But it started in the middle of a
Before you go
yes,
on,
hi.
Tim,
Yes, Daryl.
check out this week's Nova. Do dogs
Yeah.
speak?
Oh, the
Ah,
dogs speak. Okay, I will. But just to stay on the Star Wars thing, and then we'll go to that. Um, this movie started in the middle of a battle between spaceships. In fact, the first scene you don't know what it is a little triangle at the top, and it keeps getting bigger because you're underneath this giant spaceship. And that concept of throwing you right in the middle of something without any explanation, you don't know anything. It's just boom, you're right in the middle of the battle. And they've been doing that in so many movies since Star Wars. And I think of like the basic script or protocol, whatever you call it, for Law and Order and many other film TV shows like that. The first thing starts with the dead body in the park or something like that, or somebody was fishing and they hooked on a thing, they pulled up an arm or just they give you the crime scene, the problem, but bang, you don't know who's going to handle it, who the principals are, anything. They just give you the problem right in the middle, and it makes it more realistic. So that I think that was Lucas. I think it was his idea, and it became standard in so many movies after that, action movies, where you would start. Let's say I don't think they did that on the D-Day movie, the one that with, the big one. What was it called? Was it called D-Day or,
I don't
the
know.
big,
The
no,
longest
no,
day.
no, 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 Private Ryan,
No,
Saving
yeah.
Private Ryan. They didn't start with D-Day landing, but if, they could have started with, here we are on the beach, but we'll fill in the details later. You got to really understand the calamity and the chaos of D-Day. But you know what I'm talking about because you're a film, like
Well,
most
that
films.
movie started out with a brief scene in modern, in modern day for then, the 90s, and with the veteran going back to the battlefield.
Oh yeah, they started, yeah, or the
And
funeral, right? Whatever.
then it goes to D-Day.
Yeah,
But the movie wasn't about D-Day, so it didn't really
right.
matter. But no, what happened was Star Wars started out as it was, and then Lucas had, you know, was talking about making it this big saga. So he then had a prequel, so to speak, and a sequel, then prequels and things like that. And people do this all the time. Does that mean it's how they always meant it to be? Usually not. Usually, if the thing is a hit, then they'll go, oh, now I'll write something about what happened before or
Yeah,
whatever. So that's usually the way it works.
he turned
Uh,
it into an industry, the
yeah,
Star Wars industry.
yeah, yeah. And that's what it became. Same thing happened with
Okay,
Star Trek, which, by the
okay.
way, was
So
never
Let me
considered
ask a
that.
question about that.
yeah, yeah. Go ahead,
I
Dave.
thought he had a four or three-part series movies let's try this in English. I thought he had a three-part or four-part series in which he started with what, like the second of the movies that he had written, and he made that one, and then went back and filled in the blanks. And I thought that the industry came after he sold it to the studio.
Well, the way I heard
Oh,
it, Daryl, the way I heard it is that he, I don't
That's
know.
a question. That was all that is question. I have no clue.
No, the way this is, I'm just going to tell you the way I heard it. I mean, I can't vouch for its absolute truthfulness, but the way veracity, I should say, but the way I heard it was he he did have an idea that maybe he can make it into a saga, but he started with this one. Um, and the reason, and if this one would have been a flop, if the original Star Wars would have been a flop, it wouldn't have mattered what else he was going to do with it because he wouldn't have gotten the
Right.
money to make the rest of them. So I don't know. Most of the time, they going in as if they're doing one movie, and then all of a sudden they say, "Hey, this is a big hit. Can you write a prequel? Can you write this?" Whether or not I'm unsure as to whether or not George Lucas had had the schedule all lined up beforehand. But it wouldn't have made any difference if Star Wars wasn't a success. So maybe he just started with the story that he thought was the strongest, and so he can get a success. And then if it took off, he'll do the other ones. But how he planned it, I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can tell you, I'm writing a trilogy of plays. The first The second play I'm writing was supposed to be the third play. But whatever it is, they're just, it doesn't make
Are you
that much.
writing them in order, or are you
No,
writing them as they come to you?
I'm writing them, I don't want to say in order because it's not a timeline. If I were doing them in order by a timeline, then the second one would have been first, the first one would have been second, and the third one, whenever I do it, would be third. Um, but it's really, I'm writing as need be. So the first one I had to write, I had to get that written fast because that was dealing directly with veterans whom I needed to speak to, who it was based on that I needed to speak to. The second play, which could have been the first one, that I didn't have to speak to the veterans because most of the guys it deals with were killed. So it's a different perspective. So it's really what it's basically how you have to do it. What what what
What the
what
society demands,
no what
or this,
your with
or your
me
team.
it wasn't the society, it was just the necessities of that time. In other words, what was available to me,
Right.
uh, what had to be done then. So but they're not,
Circumstances, right.
yeah, but they're not following the same characters through the same story, through an ongoing story. So it's different than Star Wars, but even so, I mean, look at the Star Trek franchise. Star Trek, when it was on television, was not a big success. It wasn't a flop, but I mean, it just barely survived its third season, and then its ratings tanked, and that was it. So then it started doing well in reruns, in syndication, and it had a loyal fan following. And they got, of all people, Robert Wise to do the film version, and then it started taking off. Now we have, you know, things that follow the Starship Enterprise that, in other words, that deal with it before Kirk was there and then afterwards and all this stuff. But that wasn't the intention of the original show or even the original film. Um, they just, it took off for whatever reason, no pun intended. Um, and um, and then they said, "Hey, give us more, give us more." So they came up with more. You know, I mean, TV series work that way. The TV series is going on, and after a couple of seasons, it starts running out of ideas. That's why most TV shows are not that good after their first or second season, because whoever's writing them the writers they get, they're saying, Jesus, what do we, where can we take it now? What do we do now? It starts getting schlockier or whatever, or it gets into a formula. Um, I don't know. It's but this is the way the economic system works in this country. In Britain, it's different. They do a limited series. That's it. It's over. We gave you a limited series. I don't know if anybody remembers the Patrick McGowan series, The Prisoner. He wrote it. Originally wrote it as 7 episodes. Then it went to 13 or 14 episodes. And afterwards, they saying, "Well, can you make it go further?" He said, "No, that's it. It's finished. It's over." They do limited series, and that's it. Now, sometimes they can bring it back occasionally, but not often.
That was a great series.
Yeah, The Prisoner, I think, one of the greatest on television. It was.
So it
I thought,
went from a secret agent man to the prisoner.
well, the secret. What happened was they were trying to develop an idea, and they decided to use secret agent, which had originally been called Danger Man, and they decided to say, okay, now let's see what would happen if we took secret agent John Drake and had him resign, and then he goes to this village, and Patrick McGowan's partner, writing partner, his buddy George Markstein, just wanted to keep on and make it in a regular espionage series. And Patrick McGowan said, "No, I could do something. Let's do something more. Let's make this a metaphor for society. Let's get some artistic stuff in here." And it became what it was. But Patrick McGowan was saying, he originally conceived it as half as many episodes, but he managed to write 13 episodes. And when they said, "Well, can't you make it 20 episodes now?" And he said, "No, that's it. We're out of ideas. It's gone. It's made its point. It's delivered its message. And we ended it. You know, if you remember the show The Fugitive, it ran for what, 6 seasons or 7 seasons, and at the end, he's always looking for the one-armed man. At the end of the last season, there's a two-parter in which he finds the one-armed man, and he's exonerated of the crime, and he's a free man now. You can't bring it. You can't say, "Well, give us another season." It's over. He's not a fugitive anymore. So, I don't know. I prefer television shows that are limited because, some of them just go on and on and on and on. You're going, Jesus, I mean, Star Trek was originally only supposed to run 5 seasons because they had a 5-year mission. It didn't even get that far. It only got 3 seasons, but that was it. They figured 5 seasons, good enough.
Yeah, well,
So,
what about all those TV cowboys? I'm just thinking of, I had it. Oh, I forgot. There was one with Arnez.
yeah,
Remember?
Gunsmoke.
What's his Gunsmoke? They went on and on and on and on. You got, if once in a while you kill a primary character, that's what they do in Law and Order. Everyone, guy gets killed, and then you got a new detective or a new lawyer. So
Well,
they
you know
just change
why?
it's ensemble cast.
No. The reason that usually happens is because one of the actors wants out,
Oh,
get out of the show, so they basically kill off his character.
right. Yeah.
So,
But Gunsmoke, remember that ran for a long time.
yeah, too
And the
long.
one and the one with the family, the big family of fat people, Lorne Green was the old father, and
Oh
I don't
yeah,
remember the
Bonanza. Yeah,
Bonanza.
Bonanza, right? Banana Bonanza, right? They
right.
kind of like
That didn't
not
run
my
all
kind.
that long, but that character, it's interesting that from Wagon Train you went on to
Yeah.
what's the name of the space version? Um
Lost
because
in
the first
Space.
time he came, no, the first time he came out, it was sort of hokey. That's with Lauren Green, and then about 5 years later they brought it back.
Battlestar
Uh,
Galactica.
yeah, Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, that one. They brought it back, and it was more sophisticated, and I didn't get to see the second one very much.
Well,
But
sometimes, yeah, sometimes shows are of their time. In other words, it doesn't mean that
right.
it's where they take place, but it means it's the popular, the in thing of that time. So when the
Hmm.
Man from U.N.C.L.E. was the biggest hit on television, it was this massive hit, and Robert Vaughn and David McCallum were like rock stars. They were getting their clothes torn off. That was
What
three and
Man from Uncle?
yeah, that was
Hmm.
3.5 seasons. That
Okay.
was it. And then the fad ended, because
Okay.
it part of the James Bond thing, the
Hmm.
super spy thing. And then the superstar spy thing faded, so the show was no longer needed. So, they went to whatever's popular at the next move. It's the same thing with in music. You had rock and roll, then then came the Beatles, and same thing happened in jazz. Uh, you had different, I mean, you could start with Louis Armstrong, but then you started getting, much
But
more,
Louis Armstrong, throughout his career, he was always mutating. So I
yeah,
mean, he started out. He was like he was in the 20s. He was the Michael Jackson of the 20s.
yeah,
I mean, he was like out there, and then he morphed into the big band, and then
right,
he morphed again. Let me see, 20 did the stuff with Bing Crosby and
right.
where he mellowed out a little bit, and then he got a little bit smaller. But I mean, he was always morphing.
Well,
I mean,
he was
he was
learning.
out
He,
there.
he was growing. He was always growing. But the
Yeah.
funny thing, it wasn't just that. It's also the world caught up to him, because when he started out, he was like this new thing. It wasn't new
Hmm.
jazz, but you know, to the most of the world, or a large part of the world, he broke jazz out of this, you know,
Also, the technology
and it's
um,
yeah,
was the most helpful.
yeah, because people could hear it everywhere. And then it got into the big band stuff and everything. But basically, the world was running to catch up with Louis Armstrong, not the other way,
Hmm.
So, but I thought, I mean, all these things. But then after Louis Armstrong, and then you had Miles Davis, who was coming up there. So the things change, and sometimes people change through it. I mean, look at even the James Bond thing. It isn't what it was in the 60s. It's become this kind of Star Wars type of thing where nothing is realistic. It's just all over the place. It's cities blowing up, outer space stuff. That's not how James Bond started out with these kind of spectacle things that stretched reality but didn't have a clean break with reality. It's
The
everything.
Q stuff. You talking about that?
The what?
The Q stuff?
Well, the Q stuff started out normal, so they gave him a new type of gun, or
Because
they gave
it was the Cold War, and you had quote unquote spies, and he was the spy of spies.
right.
So he needed equipment that would demonstrate that he was the spy of spies, and that MI6 was it.
Yeah, and but think about it. Think about the gadgets. The big breakthrough, the first breakthrough. He didn't in Doctor No and From Russia with Love. He had a couple of gadgets, not even in Doctor No, but in From Russia with Love, he had that suitcase or whatever. Then they made Goldfinger, and he got that Aston Martin. It was like,
Yeah. Woo.
wow. And then that was a step that made all of a sudden he's got not just little gadgets, but big gadgets. And that went on for a while. But then the plots started getting crazy. I mean, the plots at the beginning were wild, but not totally off the spectrum. I mean, Dr. No was trying to topple U.S. rockets, right? From Russia with Love, they're trying to get a deciphering device. And Goldfinger is trying to knock out Fort Knox. They weren't out of the realm. They were improbable, but not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and Thunderball, they were going to plant 2 nuclear bombs near Miami, and they were holding, ransoming the world. So, for that. But they were still trying to just make a lot of money and everything. You only live twice. They're going to launch a satellite, starts getting out there. Now they're getting into outer space. And by the time Sean Connery left for good after Diamonds Are Forever, he left for had a break there. But then he left for good, and Roger Moore came in. It just started getting just wild stuff that had no basis in reality.
Wait a minute. He had you only live twice or something like that.
Yeah,
He
you
came
only live
back.
twice. It's no. He came back in Diamonds Are Forever, but then it was already they're already in outer space now. You get to You Only Live Twice. Now they're in outer space. Okay, we were heading towards the moon then, etc. But it started getting less and less believable. Or, I mean, it started out that it was stretched believability, but then it got even more unbelievable and more unbelievable. And finally, it got to well, not finally. I mean, the next step was it got to a point where believability wasn't even a factor. Yeah, we're going to have this thing that does, something that is a robot that can do things no robot. I mean, they just had gadgets and domination techniques, world domination things that they just threw any try to reality out the window. And then it became like an amusement park, like a fireworks show where the plot didn't even really matter. I mean, how many of the later James Bond movies, the last 20 of them, how many, the last 10 of them, let's say, how many people actually follow the plot? I don't know. It's action, just action, 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 action. So, but those are the times. They were going with the times. People in the 60s and 70s, they wanted to see a story. They want to have a plot, something like that. Now, they want just, a lot of action. It's all visual. And maybe that's what movies were meant to do. I don't know. But the times changed. People changed. The audience changed. And
Yeah.
it reminds me of one thing Paul Newman said to a bunch of students, actually. He said, I'm not worried that there's not going to be good actors or whatever. He said, there'll always be good actors. There'll always be good writers. There'll always be good directors, but there may not be good audiences. And if there are no good audiences, then nothing else matters. And that's it. It's, who are we doing? What do people want to see?
Amen.
Yeah. I mean, even acting wise, I can tell you that, the great performances that were on the screen, forgetting about stage where it really counts more, but on the screen, great performances. The performances you see now, it's not the same kind of performance. It's not, I don't know. And it's not the actor's fault. It's what they're sending out there to the audience. So I don't know. Doesn't give me a lot of help and hope for my profession, but that's the way the world goes. I mean, in other words, we can try to change the world, but in a way, the world is also trying to change us. So it's a problem. But
Daryl, what was the thing you asked us to look up? Because I already forgot. It was in the scope of my 5 minute brain fart that I can't remember anything in the last 5 minutes. You said take a look at something, go a certain website.
Oh, I said this week's Nova about the
Oh,
dogs.
Nova. About the what? Dogs? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
dogs speak. They did a whole thing of communicating with animals and determining whether they actually understood the words that the human was speaking to the dog. I failed to watch it. I'll have to see it like next week because I was attempting to
Oh,
get here at
have
eight
have you
thirty or whatever.
do you have a dog? You have had a dog in your life?
No, we
You
don't
never
do
had a
animals.
dog?
We don't do
Oh,
animals. We hardly do
okay.
humans.
Okay.
We hardly do humans. And at this point in time, at 77, I'm unclear as to whether I'm doing me anymore. So that's another story. But yeah, it sounded like it was very interesting. It was,
Everybody, like, with dogs, it gets to the point where you say, is anybody interested in GOINGOUT? Because the dogs, they start going crazy as soon as you say, "Well, we're going out." Hey,
mm,
take me along. I gotta go. You know,
well, you know
that's the
something.
dog.
and you
I'm
start
surprised he didn't
spelling it.
understand you spelling,
Yeah, then they get to that point and you got to start talking
you know?
another language. They
Well,
absolutely understand the meaning of words, like your food's ready,
Hmm.
that pertains to what they're doing.
And
And
that's what
the
I'm
other
saying.
thing,
That's what this special, I mean, not
yeah,
special.
well,
That's what this study was about.
they understand it. I mean, they don't have to study that. I don't hope they didn't spend too much tax money on it. But the other thing was the amazing thing. The amazing thing with animals is you go like, what did you do? And they hide under the couch or something.
yeah,
Because
no,
they know,
but
It's
you
then
know,
all in
they,
the tone.
they know the tone. However, they
they're,
did with aside from they calculated that aside from mutts, um, border collies are probably the smartest breed. They said so. They did experiments with border collies, and there was one border collie that they got to learn about 375 words. Um,
yeah.
many is like a 4 or 5 year old child.
And
And
I think he got a job in Princeton, didn't he?
Yeah.
It-
he's actually running he's running the New York State. He's running the
right.
Metropolitan Authority. Um,
You got a job at the Washington Post anymore.
no, that right. You can get a job.
What a wicked thing to do.
Exactly what happened with that, Daryl.
I have no clue. I saw, what was it, 200, 250? It was a whole bunch of people. I'm thinking 250, but it may have been more than that. He just went in and fired everybody. Well, it's time to go. We're changing. I heard the whole. There's a piece on. Can't be Amanpour, so it must have been the PBS News, in which they interviewed one of the old editors of the paper, and he was going through it. But they fired the whole art department. How can how do you do that?
Who did
But
it? Who's the he?
oh, I
Who?
apologize. Jeff Bezos,
Yeah.
Oh,
uh, who
he
who
bought the
saved
post.
it. Yeah. Now I can understand the other stuff he did because he was up for a bunch of government contracts, and so that's why a lot of these guys. I didn't realize that Bezos and Musk, they got all these big time government contracts that you hear about Amazon and you hear about Tesla and SpaceX is a government contract. Um, but all this stuff that's going on, in which quote unquote your tax dollars are going into their billionaires' projects, never knew. So check that out. Yeah,
Well, you know something, the problem that happened with journalism is when journalism got corporatized, it was things started going haywire. When the Washington Post was owned by Katie Graham, Catherine Graham, uh,
Mm-hmm.
it was a one-person operation, basically. I mean, yeah, Ben Bradley. I mean, she was at the top of it. She basically controlled the finances, and she was into journalism. She wanted a journalistic entity. And then what happens is these people started being bought out by corporations who were not just into journalism, or
No, they're
individuals,
into money.
right, or individuals like Jeff Bezos, but he's got his fingers in a lot of pies. So all of a sudden, he's saying, "Well, I'll buy the Washington Post, but I can use that to help me out with this other business or something like that." Now they're not interested in much in journalism as much. They're interested in profit, which they always were to some degree, but now much more so. And journalism is much lower. You know, good journalism is much lower on the totem pole with them.
Only
And
because the American public fails to understand how important it is to be informed about what's going on around you. So if President Trump is successful in in convincing the rest of the population in the world that the United States dollar uh, is unreliable as the reserve currency, then the American public will wake up relatively harshly to the benefits of the system that was established. I guess it was at Bretton Woods, which developed into this. And each and every time I come to it, it goes on. The regulatory system that we're currently operating under, the rules based system,
mhm.
which is only part of the total title. All right, so now if you fool around and then you lose the SWIFT banking system for international currency exchange, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and you lose the power of the dollar to be the currency in which the major commodities are traded in, then unless the population realizes that all that stuff was fiction to begin with, and all you have is your labor and what your labor is producing. Um, the United States population, which is already in the process of turning on itself, will really be a vicious. Uh, we'll stop right there.
Mm, yeah, but the point is, yeah.
The point is, it's unnecessary. We had a good deal. Everybody was playing along. I don't. Did you hear the Canadian Prime Minister when he was at Davos?
Hmm. Hmm.
I mean, he laid it out. He said, "Yeah, we got the system, and we knew it wasn't every that the United States wasn't really playing by the rules. However, it wasn't worth jumping up and down. They were being the protector. They took care of the sea lanes. We were making money, and then we would, trading right across the border, and everybody was happy. I mean,
Right.
that what is it? The Canadian, Mexican, United States of North America treaties coming up,
Yeah.
and he could very well ditch that and work on like bilateral things. It would be very harsh, and uh I would be less appreciative of the outcome. It's like we're cutting our own throats and watching it as the knife is going across your throat
Hmm.
while you're committing suicide. because it doesn't make any sense. You become a big crybaby when you were the one, A, setting the rules, B, benefiting from the rules, and now you're saying, "Oh, I've got to tariff everybody because they're stealing from me." Well, it's your system. You set it up. The United Nations, NATO. That's all American fiction that everybody played along with.
Yeah.
However, we'll see,
Well,
and
actually,
maybe that's what it's meant to be, so that we'll change.
um, I think though what's happening is I think you're absolutely right that you it's almost like you
You
said
don't mind if I say that's not what I wanted to hear, right?
no, I don't mind to say that, but that's not what you wanted to hear. You wanted to hear somebody saying, "No, everything's okay."
No, no, you're wrong. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah,
No, don't look like it.
no, it's always the thing like what Trump is doing is he's creating the problem, and when it doesn't work out, he blames everybody else, and he starts crying. It's a crybaby thing. In
Yeah,
the
but the
United States,
deal is he's old. There are folks here that gotta be here for a minute or two.
hmm
He doesn't act like he wants to be here, but he's gonna break all the eggs. I mean, there was a Norwegian colonel, I think, that they had on that PBS. I think it was PBS. It was either that or BBC News, and he was saying, I can't believe it. You don't know what America is gonna do, and so everybody in Europe is saying, oh well, if they're not gonna be here and Russia is acting the way Russia's acting, I guess we got to dust off the factories and pump out some munitions of our own. And I don't understand that. I don't understand why the people who are making the munitions or who are in charge of the economy right now aren't saying, yo, man, you're making this, you're making some errors here that we won't be able to put back together. I mean, at point, you're making the 30 trillion or $100 trillion debt a real deal, when everybody else was just passing it off. Yeah, they owe a bunch of money, but they're nice guys in the end, and they do have that army.
hmm
What's the deal?
the deal is that first of all,
Yeah,
I don't believe the people in this administration forgetting about what they're trying to do. I don't even think they know what to do or how to do it. They're operating. Trump is somebody who never learns. Um, and when I say that, I'm not saying like, you know, he never learns, always does the same thing. I mean, he never tries to learn. He doesn't, he wants to base everything on what he's been doing and how he's been doing it. He ran a business. He didn't actually run it, he was a front man, but whatever. So he sees the United States that, you run the United States like a business, right? Which means when the boss says do this, you do it. But that's not how the United States is built. It's not a business. It wasn't set up like a business, and it can't be
it's a,
run.
it's supposed to be a government of sovereign people who give
Right.
over their sovereignty to enable a society to be built in which the sovereigns benefit from the wealth that the sovereigns produce.
Right.
Ain't never happened, but I mean, it's the thought.
No, it was a nice idea. What did somebody say about the United States a few months ago or something? United States, great idea. Too bad it didn't work out. Um,
I think we still have a chance here.
I hope we do. I mean,
What do you think, Ken?
I think it was Gandhi who said civilization, nice idea. You know,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
it's Gandhi.
Yeah, but what was the end of it though? We need to bring it about or something.
I think you got to look at the world. You got to, if you grow up on a farm and you learn about sociology. Well, I guess in that, I never read it, but the book Animal Farm, a courtyard or corral full of pigs or chickens or horses or donkeys or birds or insects. You look at all the social things you can observe from different species and how they behave, including jellyfish, eagles, which don't have much social stuff. They live separately. You get a variety of things in society, and I think politically the flaw is somebody comes along with a utopian idea. Okay, well we can all be happy if we all do this, and everybody is reasonable and doesn't try to has no jealousy, never overconsumes, never throws anything away, fixes everything, doesn't abuse anything, tries to help everybody, is totally aware of what's going on, is concerned about his neighbor, doesn't cheat on his wife or her husband. And you're talking about, so you write an utopian book. Fine, great, congratulations. It doesn't exist on this planet or in any species, and it probably doesn't exist on any planet anywhere because it takes a full panoply of emotions to function in a society. There are times when you got to get angry, and there are times when you got to be reasonable and humorous and say, well, I guess we can always build another one. And you got to look at it this way: the building fell over, but it didn't fall on anybody. So at least that's good. We're lucky. So you got to have a range of human emotion, of human attitudes. You can't expect everybody to be oh, what's that guy from MASH? Alda, Alan Alda. Everybody's a sweet guy who loves everybody. No, necessarily it's gonna vary amongst people, but it's gonna vary in your own personality. And it's erroneous or mistake to blame people for having a diversity of emotional reactions. It's part of being human. If you're a robot, you can program it any way you want. But with humans, we are composite beings. You have whole civilizations living inside your body. The biochemistry in your gut, how the liver talks to the lungs, talks to the heart, talks to the spleen, talks to the kidney, and the pituitary gland. What the hell is that doing? Who's in charge? And who makes? Well, I want to put my hands on my head. Who moves the muscles? I don't move the muscles. I just go hands to the head. So there's entire systems and a total structure and organization in your body, and sometimes it malfunctions, and then there goes your hip. All of a sudden you got a pain in your thigh, because we don't have a warranty, because they didn't come with a warranty when you were born. It's the same way with a society. So you can look at history and lower your expectations about what can be accomplished and be satisfied with an improvement or a tolerable existence that you try to maintain, and a tolerable existence in terms of social standards. Justice is the right rewards for those people who are contributing and are positive for the society, and penalties for those people who are destructive of society. Justice is not everybody gets out. Justice is appropriate response to contribution or to with not contribution but consumption or taking away things or stealing. There's got to be a range, and not every guy. I came up. Not everybody's going to marry the prom queen. There's only one prom queen. You know,
and
Michelle
women,
Pfeiffer. In the song
and
Uptown
then
Funk.
when they
So
do
there's
marry
one.
the
There's
prom
only
queen,
one prom queen. So lower your expectations and find somebody you find at least attractive for the first 3 months that you met them, and then later on you find out about the skin tags and the blemishes. But
That's
it's
just it.
a compromise. It's a compromise. Life is a compromise. It's not not pushing for a utopian thing. Well, you can achieve you can be the diva who's the best opera singer at this time that has gotten public recognition, but there could be a girl who's a wash lady who's got a better voice. But there is somebody who's been recognized as having the best voice near the top of the crowd. There's only one guy who's got the most money, just one guy, because then the next guy has a little bit less, and then he beats him and he has more money. So pointing those things out and saying that's not fair. That guy has all the money. Well, somebody has more money than everybody else. You just don't like it. You don't consider it just, but
Wait,
that's
Ken, you just
fine.
said something interesting though. You
Yeah.
said it was a slip of the tongue, but you said, yeah, that guy's got all the money. Well, yeah, no.
No, I mean he's got the most money. I shouldn't say
Uh-huh.
that all the
But
money.
however, the problem
Yeah.
that's happening is you get not just one guy, but a bunch of people who have
Well, then
all
there's
the
nothing wrong with it. It's not wrong. There's
well, wait,
always
wait.
going to be X number of people who have more money than X Y number of people.
But
It's
are they
not
going to
everybody's
be
going to have the same amount of money unless they're robots. And that
but
is the most unjust thing in the world.
but,
Everybody gets $1,000. Nobody gets more. Nobody gets less.
but wait
That's
a second.
total degradation.
But when there are just there's a few people who have
Not
nearly
enough people to satisfy you. You
wait,
mean
wait, wait,
when you
wait.
say a
A
few?
few
Okay.
people, a few people who have nearly all the money. I mean, we're not
Yeah.
hopefully there yet, but let's say 1% of the population. It gets to a point where 1% of the population has 99% of the money. Okay, now that's not just. It's not a
No, no,
matter of
no, 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 no.
more
That's
money.
not that is the system that's going on here, right? Because that's the
Oh,
way it is. It is that way. No argument. Okay, so you're saying that's not
not
an
really.
ideal society.
No, no, actually,
Okay.
we're not in a situation where 1% of the population has 99% of the money. It would be 1% of the population has, well, I think it's 60 some odd percent of the money. But we're not at a point where there's no money left to go around for everybody else.
Well,
I
look,
mean,
whatever system you have to make it balanced, okay, is going to be fluid. Okay? It's not going to be static. It's not going to be, well, it's got to be 20% of the population owns 40% of the assets. But then then it's going to be 19% owns 41%. It's going to vary. And we live in a system where we try to make a game, which is with certain rules that we all agree to, or most of which we agree to, that are functional, that allow for fluidity of change based on competence and desirability. So, the guy comes out with a better mousetrap and he makes it. And I've seen that, and it's much, much more since the internet is here. I was going to show you this one girl who does this ventriloquism act, and she's made hundreds of little videos so that she's building up an awareness of her. So here she is with her iPhone and her little puppets, and she's promoting herself. Nobody's in her way.
well, wait a second. Does
Yeah.
that is self promotion the
Yeah.
same thing as good ventriloquism?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, I'm not sure she's doing the ventriloquist. It just looks like it.
Okay.
But
But what I'm trying to say is
it
that
doesn't matter. That's my viewpoint is she's good or she's not good. And your viewpoint would be she's ridiculous or she's good or whatever. That's the whole point of the internet. And people cheat with that with robots to make the apparency of popularity. But it's the most democratic form in the media, in the arts, that's been there for a long time. Otherwise, you're singing songs in Santa Monica Boulevard, on the street or in the subway to get an audience.
but wait a
Now,
second.
anybody can get on the internet, and with YouTube, they can get an international audience of millions of people if the millions of people like them. And there's nobody forcing you to watch them, and
No,
you
there
don't
is
have to
nobody
pay.
forcing you to watch them, but
Yeah.
there
But
is
there's no
something else.
buts.
no, there is
What's the
something else.
but? What's the
If,
but?
in other words, if somebody puts something out there that everybody wants to have, fine, okay. But when somebody else comes in and says, you know what, I don't care if they developed it, I want to own it. And then they just buy it. So they're not the talent. They're
Well, you
not the
don't like
people.
that. You don't like that.
No,
So
what
the
I don't,
person, so
no,
you got
because
to
it's
employ people,
healthy.
people.
No, no,
Don't
wait, wait, wait,
sell
wait, wait,
out.
wait,
Don't
wait,
sell
wait, wait,
out.
wait,
Don't
wait,
sell
wait,
out.
wait, 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 wait.
Yeah.
What I don't like is what I do know is that for society to advance, to grow, or to even maintain itself, it has to have competence in certain areas. In other words, we're not going to get anywhere if we have somebody, in other words, if you have a doctor that is a surgeon that's a good surgeon, he's a very good surgeon, but somebody else becomes the head of surgery who's not a good surgeon, but he's a good self promoter, then you have a society that's imploding because you won't have good surgery. The guy who's the head of surgery is telling people how to do it, and he doesn't know it. He doesn't know how to do it as well as the people he's telling how to do it. So the society starts breaking down when you have people who don't know what they're doing telling people who do know what they're doing not to do it their way, but to do it my way. In other words, if I'm at the top and I'm saying, and I don't really know what I'm doing, but I say, but my way, but the way I'm doing it is the way you're going to be doing it.
Okay. What's the method you have for solving that problem?
Well, you don't let the person at the top,
Who is you? You don't let you.
one, one does not let the person at the top, he's saying, how do you solve it? Have that much power. Too much power consolidated in too small a space creates an explosive situation.
Right. I
That's how you
no
do
argument. How do you
it.
solve that?
You don't put as all that
No,
power.
no, no. What do you mean you? How did you prevent it from happening?
The
Don't tell
society,
you want to have like the Wizard of Oz and who's
no,
all
no,
wise and makes decisions.
the people in this.
Regulations.
What was that, Daryl?
Regulations.
Yeah, well,
The
that
the group gets together,
Yeah.
and it depends on whether it's a company or whether it's a government or what the scenario is. So in this instance in which the chief surgeon is passing along information to those learning from him, information that is detrimental to the patients, it would be up to the board of the hospital to be convinced. So the surgeons that think that they're being mistaught, or the surgeons who are already performing at a certain level and see that the chief is failing to perform at that level, have to go to the authority who hired the chief and instruct him that either A, he modify or retrain and produce a product that is comparable to the best in the business,
Wait a minute.
or
Slow down. Slow down. Slow down.
sure.
You're coming up with a whole protocol and procedure that somebody would
Mm-hmm.
have to be trained and studied, and then you'd
Mm-hmm.
have that. You have organizations like that in the government, and we see where
Mm-hmm.
sometimes they're successful, but most often they get wrapped up in in a disagreement. Like take
Mm-hmm.
Social Security, healthcare, police, the military, anything. You
Mm-hmm.
know, because you're starting with a flawed element. In other words,
Mm-hmm.
it's the screwdriver is worn out or doesn't work or doesn't fit the screws. People aren't perfect, and people have a range of attitudes and emotions, and they're
Mm-hmm.
not 100% reliable. And just we well because we can definitely admit to our own flaws of unreliability. But I'm just saying that it's a bad, sinister thing to complain about are not living in a perfect utopian world where everything is just like a Disney movie with, the flowers are blooming and the birds are singing and everything's perfect and nobody eats anything. In Disney, they never have anybody eating other animals, one animal eating another animal. In the world, we constantly, how many chickens we eat, and, and you got all kinds of complexities going on. It's oppressive to come up and say, "Ah, you should be ashamed. You're not living in a utopian world. If one person is hungry, we're all starving. If one person is not free, we're all prisoners. We're all slaves because somebody wasn't allowed to go to see the Super Bowl." It's this ridiculous utopian standard, which is inapplicable anywhere to any species or any situation, almost any situation. The way the world works, the climate, it changes according to whatever influences exist.
Well, hold it 1 second. The way the
So
world,
sometimes
the
there's
way the
storms of
world,
cold weather, hot weather, and this and that and the other thing. It's
the way,
affected
the
by
way the world.
society.
Wait a second. Hold it,
But I'm
hold it,
just
Ken.
saying it's best to be tolerant. Yeah.
Ken, the
Yeah, I
way the
gotta
world
stop.
works is the way we maintain or possibly grow is that we try to improve. So, in other words, you're not going to get to a utopian world. You're not going to reach perfection, but you just try to be, if I can quote Arthur Miller and All My Sons, we try to be better. We try to do it better. We try to make it work better. And if it's better than not better. So the fact of the matter is, we can no, everything isn't going to be perfect. No, we're not going to have the entire human race, that no one in the human race will be hungry, much less starving. But we can have fewer people starving, fewer people hungry. Um, for instance, the United States has become an acquisition society. So,
Oh, wait a second. What do you mean become? When did that happen? Like 1920, 1930, or
well, there
what?
was always no, there were always elements of it. I mean, it was part of the society. It was always that. But but if you go back to the 1800s, somebody had a farm, and if the farm was big enough for them and their family to have all the food they need and everything like that, that might be enough for them. But when I say we become an acquisition society, is that the means becomes the idea of acquiring things is the end in itself. In other words, you just say there is no such thing as enough. You just say, okay, well, I've got a farm, it feeds my family and everything like that. I'm fine. But you say, yeah, no, I want two farms, even though I don't need it, but I want it. And then you get two farms and you say, geez, that's everything I wanted. But then you say, I want a third farm because because I just like to acquire things. I just like to get things. I just like to buy things and own more and more and more. I mean, my people, when they came out of World War II, sure, everybody wanted to be a millionaire back then, when a millionaire would be the equivalent of having 20 or $30 million now. But everybody wanted to be rich. But the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is,
Not everybody, not everybody, not everybody. There's always Ted Kaczynski. There's always the homeless guy who wants to live in nature. There's always the guy who doesn't want to be
all
exposed to the public.
right, okay, most
You know,
people, most
a
people
large
would,
number of people want to
most people
have
would
more
like to be
money,
rich. Okay, they would
richer
love to
than
be.
they are.
Yeah, most Americans, I would say, would love to be rich.
I
But,
don't know about that.
but, Jesus, Ken,
No,
sometimes,
really. They,
well,
they,
you
they're
make
mostly
generalizations, so I'm making generalizations. But the fact of the
okay. All
matter
right.
is,
All right.
most people I'm saying would like to be rich. But,
Okay. Okay. Great.
wait, wait, wait,
Fine.
wait, 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 wait. Okay, uh,
Yeah.
the most people would like to be rich, but at what price? So, in other words, if I got to be rich to the point where the other guy's going to die or going to starve to death, I'd say, hey, wait a second. And I'm just going by the World War II era generation. People who came out of that thing. And they would say, well, wait a second, hold it. There's certain lines you don't cross. I'm not going to go that far. I said, I don't need to be rich. I could be very comfortable, and that guy could at least have enough to eat to survive. Okay. But we've become a society where it doesn't matter what happens to the other guy. There are no limits. People say, why should I have limits? Why can't I have everything? Why can't I have it all? And the fact of the matter is, as you mentioned before, everybody can't have everything because there's only, it's like one person has all the money in the world and another person says, well, why can't I have all the money in the world also? No, you can't have it also. Only one person, if it was possible to get that, can have all the money in the world. There can't be 10 people, each of them having all the money in the world. This is basic arithmetic. So the fact of the matter is, but we've become this society where people just want more and more and more and more. It's like the old, thing about corporate, multinational corporations. All right. I'm not saying that they shouldn't exist or something, but if you put the world in total control of multinational corporations, the purpose of a corporation is to expand its profit. Most corporations, or at least the largest corporations, are not there to just maintain their profit, but to expand it because they have their shareholders and everything that want to increase the profit. So they keep on expanding it. Now, what happens is then one corporation will gobble up smaller corporations. And they'll keep on eating other corporations until there's only two corporations left, and then one will eat the other, and then the only thing to do is to eat itself. And that is the end of the civilization. So the fact of the matter is, when you have unmitigated, unlimited, this acquisition, unregulated, it's self-destructive. It is the ultimate in self-destruction. It can't survive. It can't last. It can last for a certain period of time, but once it gets to that point where it's eating itself, it's over. So the fact is that until we get to a point where people are reasonable, they have to be reasonable. And reasonable means, yeah, I want to have 15 cars, but I can get by with 10 cars if it means people who really, 5 people who really need cars can then have one. It's like, I can get by easily with this amount of money, but I want more. I want more. I want more. It's the old thing. We had it when we had the rat race, right? The whole concept of the rat race. And the fact of the matter is, natural resources are becoming less. There's less natural resources per person now than there were 50 years ago because we use more and our population is growing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You want to join me? We're having a suicide meeting next week because the world is so fucking terrible and destructive. I want to get off now. Maybe there's
Well,
hope after life in the next life.
well, let me just finish up by saying what Darrow
The
was
world
pointing
is
out.
it's coming to an end.
No. But you're not listening.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that you go in that direction, yeah, then the world's coming to an end. But you don't
Okay.
have to
So
go. Wait, you don't have to go in that direction.
we're
You
not
can.
going in that direction. Take a look at your screen. Charitable giving in the U.S. has seen a 6.3 increase in the current dollars in 2024 in the U.S., reaching a new high This growth is attributed to a strong stock market and GDP growth, with individual and corporate giving leading the increase. However, when adjusted to inflation, giving to foundations remained relatively flat, and giving to religious decreased slightly. The overall trend indicates a positive year for philanthropy, with Americans showing enduring generosity and support for non-profit work. Thank you.
But, however, is it making up?
However, there's some guys who complain about everything and say, this is a nice piece of apple pie, but where's the goddamn whipped cream?
It's a nice piece, but what I'm wondering is, does it make up for the shortfall in other sources of money? Now, I'll give you an example. I'm going to give you one example, which is something I wanted to bring up on the show anyway, but I'll do it as the last thing because I got to get off. The United States Air Force Museum at Wright-Patterson Air Base in Ohio, which has been open since it began, I don't know, 40 years ago, whatever, 50 years ago. It's a museum of the United States Air Force. Big museum. It's got a lot of stuff there. It just closed as of January 31st. It closed its doors to the public. And the reason they don't have enough money to maintain it. And one of the people, now I'm telling you what I got from an article that was written about it.
Wait a minute, I lost it. What was this, a museum?
Mm-hmm.
Of what? Railroad trains? What?
No, the U.S. Air Force. You got to listen, Ken. Otherwise,
okay, all right, go ahead. So the U.S. Air Force can't afford a museum, so?
Well, the U.S. Air Force, the museum, it wasn't just the Air Force funding it, but the federal government was funding it. Now, one guy said, now you can argue this is in the article, one of the guys at the museum said that the money, they had siphoned off funding that was going to the museum, the government, and sent it to ICE. Now, I don't know, that was in the article. I don't know, I didn't see the evidence, documented evidence of that, so I don't know if it's true. But whatever it is, wherever they're sending it to, ICE or whatever, the government has taken the money that would have funded the Air Force Museum and given it elsewhere.
Thank God.
Thank God, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Personally, I needed to go to that museum to do research.
Oh, you?
Do after the play.
Well, Michael Jankowitz suffered. Okay, so here, take a look at the screen again. Take a look at the screen. Has poverty in the U.S. increased or decreased? Poverty in the U.S. has seen a slight decrease in recent years. The official poverty rate fell 0.4% or 0.4 percent points to 10.6% in 2024, down from 11.1% in 23. The decrease is part of a broader trend of economic recovery and improvement in living conditions for many Americans. However, the supplemental poverty measure remains higher. Supplemental poverty level, whatever that is, according to government assistance programs and so forth. So the point is, A, there are individuals looking at these factors, coming up with these statistics. It's a job of the government. This government was moral enough to put some people on the viewpoint of the general welfare of the population. How are they doing as individuals?
Wrong. Absolutely wrong, Ken.
Read what it says.
Absolutely wrong.
Read what it says.
No, schmuck. I did hear what it said. You're not reading
it. What does it say? Go ahead.
As of 2024, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Who was president in 2024?
Nobody.
Ken.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Huh? Ken.
Nobody.
Ken.
Yeah.
Read the last sentence on the slide that you have there.
The SPM rate for 2024 was 12.9.
Say supplemental poverty measure.
Yeah. Right, whatever that is. It's a new standard to measure poverty. Fine. And it's down to 12.9%. The point is there's organizations and individuals.
Ken,
okay. The spam rate in 2024 was 12.9%, which is statistically unchanged from 23. This indicates that while the official poverty rate has decreased, the overall economic challenges faced by low-income families continues to persist. But the
That's
point
it.
is,
That's
no,
all.
fuck you. You're not reading it.
I
Somebody's looking
He
at
just
it.
did.
It is not being ignored. There's an agency in the government that's at least monitoring it and coming up with the
yes,
data.
No.
it's called a Census Department,
Fine,
which
whatever.
is
It's
being
being viewed.
defunded, which is
You,
being defunded.
what do you want? You know what? If you just
No,
hang on,
I'm
you'll
not
be able to go
disagreeing,
live on
Ken. I'm
Mars.
not disagreeing with you.
Okay. So
I'm
what's
not
the thing?
disagreeing with you.
I
Well,
am.
All
okay.
I'm asking you to do is to, first of all, we need to find out what supplemental poverty measure includes. That would be interesting. And we
Yeah.
need to be on the same page. I believe your point is that poverty is being recognized in America by the, it says United States Census Department right there.
Okay.
So isn't that where it's coming from?
I don't know. I
Why do I
didn't
say
read it that
United States
carefully.
Census Department behind your head?
All I'm trying to say is to sit
Yes.
there and pontificate and say everything's getting worse.
No,
Everything's
that's not,
getting worse.
hello.
That's
That's not
that's
what
what
I'm
Mike,
saying. That's
not
not what
you.
I'm
That's what.
saying.
Okay, the Mike was saying that.
Well,
No,
I'll
I
break it
didn't
down.
exactly hear Mike, is that what you're saying?
No, I said that everything was getting better as of 2024.
Ah.
But since 2024, we don't have those figures. Those
Well,
figures
I don't
are
know.
as of 2024.
Yeah.
So,
The challenge is that with the big beautiful bill and
Yes. Fine.
some of
Fine.
the funding for, well, the ICE funding is off the chart. I mean, it's just like it just is. Uh, and I keep hearing about all these rapists and murderers who are getting arrested. Well, I mean, you got like, with the withdrawal of the current uh, members of both Border Patrol and Immigration Criminal Enforcement, they withdrew 700 of the 3,000. I can't even imagine 3,000. Where are you housing 3,000 people to do these sweeps? And in these sweeps, who are you sweeping up? You know, I have yet to see the headline of ICE arrest mass murderer. You, you don't see that. What you see is ICE arrest 5-year-old boy. That is incorrect. Someone's screwing up somewhere. So you hear Christy Nome talking about all the rapists and gang members who are being deported, and then when the report comes out, it's you got day laborers and what do you call them? Horticulturists being deported back to not even the country where they came from, to an El Salvadorian prison. It causes cognizant dissonance for me, you know. And as a matter of fact, it makes me not want to go outside because I don't have any identification. Well, yeah, I don't have a picture ID right now, you know. And do you want to walk around with your passport? I mean, come on. This is supposed to be America. You're not supposed to be able to be shaken down by the local constable for your identification. Papers, papers, papers? We don't need no stinking papers. You know, that kind of a thing. You say that to the wrong person, you're going to get a bullet in your head. That's not nice. That don't feel good. However, I digress. Point being is, yes, poverty may be going down, but my point is that if the Musk crowd gets its way, poverty will be gone by 2028. Do you ever watch Moonshots? Did you take a look at Moonshots? I told you to take a look at Moonshots.
I
Why
think I
can't I
did.
hear you?
I think I did. It's a blog.
No, it's a report on how artificial intelligence, the folks who are actually doing it, have planned out what your life is going to be like in the
Oh,
next
yeah. I
five
don't know.
years.
No, I haven't bothered with that. I mean, I know what oh shit, the guy from Soros. I know what they planned for us. And I know
Yeah, but they don't have the
what.
money.
Are you
Musk
kidding? They
has
are
the
the
money.
money.
No, they
Uh-huh.
don't.
Oh yeah, the poor
Look up,
poor George
go,
Soros.
go
He's
to,
broke.
go, go to. I didn't say he was broke. I said go to Forbes Real Time Billionaires and tell
Yeah.
me what the ranking is of George Soros on the money clip, and then go to the guys who are shaping the world. You got Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. Who else was up there? Who just bought Paramount? His father from Oracle. He's on that. He like the first five guys is $1 trillion worth of net worth.
Yeah.
Do you think that makes a difference? Having five people with $1 trillion?
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about
I'm
whether or
not
not my
suggesting whether you're
I mean,
worried or not.
I have to like average people. I'm worried. My attention's on what am I going to do tomorrow? How much gas is in the car? What's the weather
Right.
like? How's my
Okay.
uncle doing? How's my son doing? I
All
don't
right.
really follow on going looking in behind the closet to see who's the richest guy in the world. Doesn't
It's
matter.
not it does matter in the context that if they're able to shape your life in the next 5 years, what if
Yeah.
what if what if what if I
Look,
told you that the plan is to do away with the American monetary system as you understand it and have experienced it for the 70 odd years?
I don't think the Communist Party has that power.
It doesn't, but Elon Musk and crew do.
Okay, so maybe if they do, it might be better.
And that's what we're looking for.
Isn't that isn't it possible that like Mike was saying, let's improve it. So if somebody comes along with an improvement, why not do it?
Well, that's why I suggested that you listen to a couple of the
I'm not
moonshots. And you're
it's
not what? Why are you going negative on me when I'm trying to just express what I've experienced in watching those 4 to 10. I watched an interview with Elon Musk. It went around 2 hours. It was Elon Musk, Peter Diamandis, and Dave, whatever it is, some super brain from MIT. And they were asking Elon questions about, I mean, do you know how many corporations he's currently running? He's running Tesla. He's running SpaceX. Tesla's got a battery component, and
I
he's
understand
got
the way you're talking about it, you sound to
yeah.
be unapproving of it. You're disapproving it.
That's not true.
That's the way you're saying it. Do you
How?
realize how many companies he has?
No, I didn't say it that way. I said,
Yes, you
did you
did.
realize how many? Okay, let me rephrase it for you then,
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
I haven't raised my voice at all because I'm talking to you, and I understand how you feel. Well, I believe I understand what pressure you're under, understanding things the way you understand them.
Oh,
So what
thank
I'm
you very
attempting to
much.
do, what I'm attempting see you, Nate, how did you take that? How did you take what I just said to you?
As an insult.
Yeah, and that's not what it was meant to be.
Okay.
What
Bullshit.
triggered the
Now you're
insult for
being
you?
insincere. Now you're being insincere.
Okay, I'm off the train then.
It's okay to be insulting. So
No,
anyhow, I
it
went
is
to
not. Not in my
one
spiritual
said,
practice. It
okay,
is
okay, videos of Moonshots podcast. This is a guy whose his name is here. What is it?
Peter
Just yeah, something like that.
Diamandis.
That's
P
right.
Diamandis. I have it in my head that I'm unable
So,
to pronounce the
so
word.
here it is. He's got a combat thing on Davos. The U.S. China AI race, CPU diplomacy, and robots walking the streets. Moonshots. So he's a commentator.
If you go back, no, he does. Well, he's a complicated guy. I think he graduated from MIT and someplace else, and he does a bunch of stuff along with doing trend analysis.
Okay, so I'm going to watch some of his podcasts because I've seen some remarkable people with podcasts. A lot of
Right,
them
and
British.
if you have time, go back to the one with Elon Musk
I've seen him.
and give me the comment. Give me a comment on what you think Musk presentation, not what he's saying, but how he's saying it, how his presentation strikes you.
Okay.
That goes for you too, Jankowitz.
Excuse me, but if it's a choice between watching a ball game and Elon Musk, guess what I'm going to pick?
You're gonna
Um,
watch the ballet.
no, no, I'll watch Turner Classic Movies. I'm not a big ballet. I like West Side. I like jazz ballet. I'm not a big ballet. I'm not a big classical guy.
Oh, Alvin Ailey Dance Company has got a new director.
Who is it?
Go ahead, ask me a question I can answer. Alicia Marks something or other. I just found out today because I was watching the news.
I think I know who she is. Yeah, Alvin.
She was a principal dancer in
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's who it is then. Actually, one
so
time I met Alvin Ailey because I was walking with Stella Adler, my acting teacher, and she, of course,
wow. Hello.
and Alvin Ailey had studied acting with
With
Stella.
Stella?
Alvin
Wow.
Ailey was an actor. He was actually an up and coming actor. He did a Broadway show where the
Hmm.
two leads, off Broadway show in 1959 or 1960, where the two leads were they were both unknown, Alvin Ailey and Robert Duvall.
Wow. Ah, that must have been a wild show. Do you know the name of it? Is
Uh,
there
it,
any is there
I
any like video, kinescope,
I don't know.
tape recording?
The name for some reason I always got it confused, so I always call it. The name was something like "Call Me by My Rightful Name," but "Call Me by My
Uh-huh.
Rightful Name" was a whole other show. So
Uh-huh.
it was something like that. And I guess if you
It's
look up Alvin Ailey and
Robert
or
Duvall, you'll get the information from
yeah,
IMBD.
yeah. But anyway, the reason I saw it is I saw like a picture of the front cover of a playbill. It was off Broadway. It was not a Broadway,
Hmm.
but it was interesting. It was maybe it was before Duvall did To Kill a Mockingbird, and obviously before
Oh
Alvin
wow.
Company. And
He
yeah,
that was he didn't have a lot, but he did that really well.
he he was brilliant. He had no lines, and he was
Right?
brilliant.
Can't beat
Five
that.
minutes, yeah, 5 minutes for somebody to steal the movie just about with 5 minutes and no dialogue. That was um that was enough. But
Wow.
anyway, so but Alvin Ailey was an actor, so I remember we were walking along, and Stella had her classes and the same building as Alvin Ailey, and they hadn't seen each other in a couple of years, and they saw each other, and they just embraced, and you know, because Alvin Ailey said, Stella, how? She said, oh, well, look who's here. And she embraced him, and it was this whole big thing. But so I remember that. Uh, so I
Yeah,
guess
you'd have liked my sister.
why?
I
She,
said you would have liked my sister.
oh, oh, why is she looking for a boyfriend? I'm kidding.
Not unless you like necrophilia.
Oh no.
We
Oh,
talked about
no.
this, Michael.
Oh yes,
You
I'm
looked
sorry.
her
Yes, I
up.
looked at sister. Yeah, yeah, I looked. Oh yes, yes, I would have liked it. Yes, we went through this. Boy, I'm having a senior moment here. But yes, yes. But I said that before. I would have liked your sister. I would have gotten along with her.
No,
Yes,
I'm saying is that she knew all of those people,
yeah.
and she danced with many of them.
Well, she's a,
Um, but
she's
yeah, a lot of her friends were in the company, the original company. So
original. Yeah.
yeah,
It's
from the 50s, well, not 50s, early 60s or early 70s.
well, mid
Thing I'm thinking early early 60s. David
probably.
Rothenberg tells a really neat story in which on Alvin Ailey's first piece, he invited David to come up and see it. You know, no air conditioner, gym, and David saying, "What do I say? You know, I gotta say I like it, even if I don't like it." And you know, he was talking about how he felt like, you know, wow, man, because I really like Alvin, and he said it was off the chart. You know, just that's the way it was.
You know, uh,
Anyway,
no, the Elliot Feld, who was in the original Broadway production of West Side Story, and then in the movie, and he played Baby John. And Elliot Feld started his own dance company, and
uh-huh,
he knew Alvin Haley. Obviously, they were
contemporaries.
contemporaries and closely associated. They were not rivals in any way. They worked together, and he was once talking to a bunch of us, and he was telling stories about those days when, because to be quite honest, it was West Side Story kind of broke through with the general public, and introduced them to basically jazz ballet. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so then they were able to continue with that. And it's funny because we were talking about where the Ken and I we were at the beginning of the show. We're talking about what happened to Richard Bierman and what happened to all these guys from West Side Story. A lot of them
Mm-hmm.
started their own dance companies. They didn't. They didn't concentrate on acting. They didn't do movies. They were concentrating on dance. And Alvin Ailey obviously started concentrating on dance and telling stories through dance. So yeah, that was a hot moment from like 1950, well 1960 to, for the next 5 or 10 years, all these things were starting up. It was growing. And now
Well,
Alvin
look at
Ailey.
Bill T. Jones is still out there slugging
Yeah,
and coming up with stuff off the chart again.
yeah, yeah.
So I mean, you know, and let me see, and he was still dancing. Last time I saw him, I think it was what in the Abraham Lincoln or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And there was something that he performed in, like when he was in his mid to late 70s,
Yeah,
that made me embarrassed. Anyway,
can you imagine somebody dancing like that in their late 70s? It's amazing.
uh, oh, what is Doug's name? Jeez, you know the building. I grew up in the projects. The people who came out of that building, very interesting building. And if it hadn't been for PS 112 and Evander Childs High School, and what was the other one? I guess they went to Clinton. Evander Childs High School and Clinton. A lot of really gifted people coming out of those programs. I mean, even more so than Bronx Science.
Yeah.
And at point, yeah, and at point, even music and art when it was on the city
Yeah.
college campus.
But you
A
know
lot
something?
of, go ahead.
You hit on something. New York City, New York City used to be the hotbed of of American creativity. I mean,
Right.
because and it didn't come out of the rich areas, it came out of the
No,
projects.
it came out. Look at the high schools in Brooklyn. Look at the comedians and the actors in the
Right.
'60s, and then look at what high schools they went to in Brooklyn or what have you.
Yeah, yeah. It came out of the poorer and or
Right.
working class
Struggle.
areas.
The
Right.
struggle. The immigrants who came here who
Right.
did the number.
Right.
And it's just
And
a lot of it's also amazing in that did you see the Ken Burns Holocaust remember what is it? Oh gosh. Well
not the whole
anyway,
series, but a special. I saw part of it. I didn't see the whole Holocaust thing, the American the
but
Holocaust.
this yeah, it's amazing that any Jews got here at all, first of all.
Yeah, yeah,
And the alliance between African Americans and Jews was forged because the Klan was lynching them both.
yeah,
Straight up, right? Even if you had money,
yeah.
just that was
Especially
the
if
way it
you had
was.
money. Especially if you
Well,
had
there was a
they
little bit more. There was more tolerance of a Jewish factory owner than there was of an African American who
rich
was really out of his place.
because in
So
this
as long as you were from Europe, you got a semi shot. If you were from Africa, not so
no,
much.
no. But that's because in the United States, the if you had to rate them in
Uh-huh.
uh, racism against African Americans would be at the top of the list of American
Actually, you
racism.
know what? I'd just like to challenge that for a minute.
Yeah,
I would suggest that, although African Americans, simply because of the size of the population, got a lot of press, however, the Asian population and definitely the indigenous
the
population had
indigenous
it a lot
population
worse.
well, the indigenous population, I would say, is definitely comparable. But one thing, though, there's a difference. There's one major difference, is that the indigenous population, for the most part, there were instances where they were not enslaved. Whereas, in other words, if you were indigenous, you had a much better chance of not being a slave than if you were African American.
Oh yeah, that part is cool. However, as bad as slavery is, um, genocide
Yeah.
and mental, I'm unclear as to even what to call it. Mental subjugation is was far more damaging, especially to the African Americans,
Yep.
um, than than the physical act of someone owning your labor.
Right. I agree with that. I like, or as somebody once put it, as bad as slavery was, it wasn't as bad as being lynched. Um,
Yeah, really. Like I
so
said last week, you want to buy my knuckles? I can tell you the store. That's
well,
like, I mean, when I heard, and I heard it again like last week, and it like, it's one thing to be hung, it's another thing to be burned, hung, and burned,
yeah,
but it's a whole different thing when someone buys your liver. What the
yeah.
hell is that about?
Well, you know something. One of the guys, who was a reporter who had been who was a war correspondent during the war,
Yeah.
and he was with He had helped liberate one. I don't know if he was with British or American, Canadian troops, whatever, but he liberated one of the major concentration camps.
Uh-huh.
And he said everything was horrific, but the thing that just ate right into his soul, that that got him the most, as bad as everything else he saw there were bars of soap. They were
Mm.
piled bars of soaps, and there was a
Oh,
pile of soap bars that was made
oh,
out of the
yeah.
people. And then there was another pile of smaller bars that were made out of children. And
Oh, gross.
he said that did it. When he saw that, he thought the world was over, that the world had ended.
No,
And
that
when
one I never heard. But
yeah,
I couldn't sleep on a mattress made of somebody else's hair. I mean, or a lampshade made
yeah,
from human skin. I
yeah.
mean, what are we thinking about here? You know?
This is
Um,
this
tch.
the darkest side of human nature coming to the fore. And I mean, these are people without any sense of humanity, compassion, empathy, whatever. To them, other human beings are just tools. It's the same thing as somebody, as if they were wearing an alligator skin shoes or something like that. Alligator
Mm,
shoes. They just had human lampshades, something like that. And they also saw them as less than human, which is the main one of the old main points about racism. When you can dehumanize that person, they could do anything. A person
yeah, I was
without
watching.
no, I was saying a person without empathy, sympathy, who is just totally narcissistic and once and dehumanizes the other. It's amazing what they're capable of in the worst way. Anyway,
Mm,
go on.
mm, mm.
It was
Yeah, I was
just,
watching this thing on the 1936 Olympics,
yeah.
and they were focusing on the 18 Africans African Americans who went. I don't even like that phrase. Africans. Oh well. Anyway, let me move on. So they were focusing on the 18 that went, and
With the U.S.
it was
delegation,
interesting that both Marty Glickman and the other
Jewish,
person of Jewish descent who weren't allowed to compete,
right?
the African women who went also weren't allowed to compete.
Hmm.
Um, it's just like off the chain, off the hook, whatever.
Well,
Um,
Avery
yes,
Brundage,
good old
had,
Nazi.
well, he was an out and out racist,
He was a
and
Nazi.
yeah,
He loved it, all of it. However, the two African women who weren't allowed to compete, it was more the coach of that particular track event that at the last minute one of the persons broke her foot and the other one was pulled at the last moment before she was supposed to run.
well, I
So
do know
it's
that,
just
yeah,
like nasty stuff. I just, you know,
we don't even know why, but I will say one thing. Jesse Owens
mm,
was complaining because he was friends with Marty Glickman.
right.
So he was saying, why can't Marty run? And basically, what they said to Jesse Owens is, you got a choice. Either you run and he doesn't, or neither of you run. That's the
That
choice
was
he
the game. That was, oh well. Uh,
and
drained out.
and this is where racism is self-defeating to the society. Okay, what if Jesse Owens had said, well, okay, then I'm not running. then America's best runner would not have competed because of racism. I mean, it's incredible how far racism, how self-destructive racism can be.
But once again, even to today, if you
Mm-hmm.
go back to the examples that we talked about of the high schools of New York and what they produce, the
Mm-hmm.
only reason that production gets interrupted is because capital is is uh, is misdirected, and then there isn't the availability of instruments in the schools and the ability to keep the schools in good condition and to pay the teachers, although
Right.
they weren't paid all that much in the 40s. I mean, all of that rot, which hopefully will be turned around in the next 4 or 5 years.
I don't know.
You're taking your population
Mhm.
and uh, and doing the Anglo-Saxon thing. If you ain't Anglo-Saxon, you can't be here. Sorry, no offense. You know how many people from Eastern Europe and Southern Europe weren't able to come here simply because of the 1924
Right.
wonderful. I mean, it's all kinds of stuff. The Asian population cut off because no Asian women are allowed to immigrate to the United States. I mean, come
Because they
on,
wanted to
man.
move on the railroads.
Yeah.
That's I mean, it's which is another form of slavery. But the funny thing is, though, to me, though, in recent years, meaning in the last, let's say since the late 50s on, things were still rotten, but we were starting to move in a in the right direction. We were starting to say, a lot of this stuff is wrong, not fast enough and not to a great enough degree, but it was slowly, we at least these a large part of the society said, yeah, we got to get rid of
I'd
all
say
this.
about to 2000, max 2010.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
After that,
Down, it went
it
started
was
going
it.
the way.
Well, first of all, there's the betrayal of the white working class that nobody particularly talks about or cares about to this day. So there's the white working class, I would say, peaked, even though they stopped getting paid in 72. They peaked in the 80s, maybe early 90s, with a carryover of being able to use their houses as cash cows to perpetuate a lifestyle that really ended in 72.
Right.
So there was that carryover. And so when in the um, in the deal that was made to get to the Chinese market, that was never attained really, um, because the Chinese just outsmarted the hungry, greedy Americans, basically.
They're
Uh,
doing it now, that's for sure. Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting to be very dangerous here because if the United States, if the especially if the Europeans lose confidence in the in American business because of the shenanigans going on over here and these tariffs being slung willy nilly at a whim, then you're going to have the confidence, especially if they play it right. The um, the Chinese will, and I think they've been holding off for a long time. They'll renminbi will replace the dollar as the reserve currency. And you talk about wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth. With the amount of debt that China holds, um, unless this AI thing goes the way that the big folks want it to go, uh, it's going to be really problematic.
Well, I think it's going to be problematic either way. We're in a we're in a shitstorm, and we got to find a way out of it.
Well, the way out of it is to invest in the American public, invest in the least of these, get everybody out of poverty, get everybody into doing what they've been put here to do by enabling people with capital. Plenty money out here. Ain't no loss of money until you lose the reserve currency, of course. But right now, this moment, for the next 4 years, you could coast and totally restore everybody below the age of 40 to what would be called right now a comfortable income without in any way negatively affecting, if not making more money for those people in that 1/10 of 1%. That's the
but
piece that I don't understand about New York. You got 100 billionaires in this city, and they're looking at a what is it, like 20,000 children who are home insecure, and probably in the neighborhood of 40,000 who are food insecure. It,
right,
it makes zero sense. And we're not talking about, quote unquote, taxing the rich, which when Mandani had a discussion with somebody, he said, I hear you're going to tax me. He said, yeah. He said, I'm leaving. I said, okay, so you're saying that it came out to something like $220,000 a year, or maybe not even that much. He said, you mean you're going to leave New York City for, and it may have been as low as 2,000, for $2,000 a year, it's going to be worthwhile you buying another home someplace else, or living or moving to that home and giving up what you have access here? And the guy said, "Are you crazy? I'm not even thinking about it now." So a lot of the stuff is the ingrained, you know. I mean, I've even heard poor working class people saying, "Oh, if my taxes would just go down." No, man, you want your taxes to go up and have the money properly spent.
right. So it comes back to you.
Not only does it come back to you, it enables you to increase your wealth, because you'll be able to increase the knowledge that you have, because you will have time to go to school rather than the three jobs you're currently doing that aren't paying you enough to even stay in the shelter.
Right. And
I mean, it's, go ahead.
by the way, the Republicans used to say when they were real Republicans, but when they used to say, um, give um, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime.
Right.
And and
And
they are
that's
not,
what needs to happen.
yeah,
Right. You
but they,
need to give people reason, you need to give people skin in the game. You need to show them that it's possible that they can be profitable, as compared to A, always telling them no, and B, offering them a better drug so that they can ensure that it'll be no.
right.
So I don't care what fentanyl is doing these days. However, it wasn't as good as OxyContin because OxyContin didn't kill you.
Right.
Fentanyl will kill you. You know,
Well,
it,
the whole painkiller thing really, really rubbed me the wrong way. When they're saying now you got doctors and dentists saying, well, can't give you that many painkillers, but we'll teach you pain management. And I remember saying to one of them, I said, now wait a second, why can't you give me painkillers? He said, well, they're addictive. I said, I've been taking them. I never get addictive, and I only take them when I really need them. Now you're telling me I can't even take them when I really need them. I got to do pain management. I said, what the hell did we invent painkillers for? Why did you even invent them? Why do you give any away? And they're all running scared because somebody said, "Oh, there's an epidemic of these painkillers
addiction.
taken for the wrong reason." I said, if people are taking them for the wrong reason, concentrate on stopping them taking them for the wrong reason, but don't deprive the rest of the population that needs them. This is just, and it's the same. It's almost like a parallel to the ICE thing. Well, there's three murderers out there, three murderers who are illegal immigrants. So we're going to deport all the illegal immigrants to get the three murderers. And I'm saying, no, schmuck, do some work for what you're getting paid, and find the three murderers, and leave everybody else alone. But people are
I
schmucks.
dig- I digress, right?
I did
No,
digress.
what's going to happen is as you continue, if it goes on for more than another year of this, then what's going to happen is that a there may be a lot of self deportation because people will be so terrified that the only time they go out is when they escape,
Right.
unless the populations in the areas in which the people are currently living. But I'm looking at the agriculture. You know, who's
Hmm.
going to be picking that food?
And it ain't going to be Donald Trump.
Well, I leave President Trump out of the issue in the context that
Well, I just use him as
any of that enforcement stuff is only a diversion from what he's afraid of, and he has a lot of fear. So
he
you
lives
know,
in fear. His whole life is about fear. I know people who dealt with him, and they said he is one frightened little rabbit. And that was 20 or 30 years ago
mm-hmm.
because he is
His
always,
father did a job on him, man.
yep, his father did a job on him.
Left him a bunch of money, but he still did a job on him.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump is a very neurotic person. Um, and I mean, he tries to cover it, but it comes out. I mean, come on. The fact of the matter is, but then again, we have to say, people. It wasn't like the people who voted for him, for the most part, didn't know it. They know it. They know exactly what he was like, but they voted
And
for him.
they believe that, just like in WWE and The Apprentice, that even though he had challenges, he was going to make their life better.
Right.
And so look at the soy farmers, right, who lost the China market or have it severely compromised, especially now that the Canadians are in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, what was that all about? Oh well, we'll give you the money from the tariffs. No, we want a market. We don't want the money. We want the market.
That's
He
right.
he fails to understand in that instance what his actions are truly affecting. And so in that context, hey, you know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm beating up on my skin. Oh, it's
You're
like
what?
freaking out. I don't know. I had some body reactions going on here, and
Yeah. You go to the doctor.
I'm going as soon as I'm going in the hospital as soon as the nurses strike is over. I've almost got my finances straightened out. The only thing I actually really need is a if I had a picture ID, and the nurses were on strike, I probably would be in the hospital already. The challenge is that the medicine that they practice isn't the medicine that I'm partial to.
Mhm.
And so, since we don't believe the same things, I have to make the compromise. And I
Right.
want to make it as little as possible and be there in there at a strategic time so that I don't have to stay in there that long.
What
Uh,
hospital are you going into?
More than likely, I'm going to go into Albert Einstein.
Okay. Where is that located?
Eastchester Road between large chunks would be uh, Pelham Parkway and Westchester Avenue.
Okay.
The reason I said it that way is because you're more likely to know those two than the two streets that it's actually between.
Yeah, yeah. No, I haven't. I knew at one time where Albert Einstein was, but
Well, you
but
know Morris Park Avenue? Are you familiar with that?
yeah, but it's been a long time since I've been
Of
up there.
course. All right. So, all right. So it's between Morris Park and Waters Avenue, Water Street, I should say. But the big ones would be
Pelham.
Westchester Avenue and um Pelham Parkway,
Well,
because most people know.
nowadays I usually say, "What subway line is it off of?" That's
Yeah, it wouldn't help you there because it's not near hardly any subway.
yeah,
Oh, well, the 6 train, which is on Westchester Avenue at that point,
yeah.
would be like the closest train, theoretically, anyway. I don't know. Maybe, let me see. Pelham Parkway stop on the 5 train, maybe, but
Yeah, but you're
unclear on that one.
you're talking about you really need to take a bus after that.
Oh, yeah, unless you're into walking.
Yeah, like a mile. Um,
Yeah, probably something like that. Pretty close. I'm trying to think of which subway stop is closest to it. Ba
I
ba
always,
ba 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 ba.
I
I'm
always
think
wondered why they put hospitals in New York relatively far from the subway. I
probably
mean,
land acquisition. Well, in those days, I mean the bus, train to the bus. Let me see. If you took the train to Pelham Parkway, Pelham Bay Park, I should say, would that be the closest stop? Yeah, because you can catch the 12 from there. Okay, so you take the train to Pelham Bay Park, the last stop, get off and get on the 12 bus, which would take you to Eastchester Road, and then catch the 31 bus across.
Jesus, a train into the
That
bus.
would be
Uh,
that would be that no, that's the easiest way to go. Now the cheapest way to go, so you only have 2 fares, probably involves like getting off at Westchester Square, and I think you can catch the eight bus from there. I'm fuzzy on all of that.
yeah, I usually, I mean, to be quite honest, walking wouldn't be a big problem except in the winter. Uh, then it gets pretty cold, or on a really hot day. But
Mm,
it's
yeah, well, 30 years makes a lot of difference. I used to love walking in the snow. As a matter of fact, I'd walk from Pelham Bay Park to Co-op City. It's about is it a mile and a six? Something like that. I don't know.
It's, I think, more than a
Um,
mile.
I think it was like a mile and a half. And I used to do it in less than 20 minutes, back in
Yeah.
the day. And we're gonna
Yeah.
bring the day back. That's what we're gonna do because there
Well,
is zero reason for us to be in the condition we're in, other than we're being slothful.
yeah.
So it's all good.
Yep.
We're gonna rebuild the systems. I'm gonna go off. I've been eating meat lately. Ooh, totally different experience.
Red meat.
I even had that recently. Yeah, I'm 2 days ago. I had a part of I don't know, something with a huge bone in it.
Well, don't eat a lot of red meat.
No, I don't eat any.
Oh, okay.
It's a complicated situation in which I, I'm. It's unnerving to the point of sickness for me to waste food or see
Yep.
food wasted,
Yep. That's how we were raised.
and so, well, not that you, not to be offensive, but the whole Gaza thing has got me all messed up. So,
You know something? I hate to
so
say it, but
yeah,
I've started taking the strategy of I don't turn on the news
yeah,
for 2 hours before I go to sleep.
I
I
can
won't,
appreciate that.
yeah, because
Um,
it's
I
not
don't
just
do it, but I mean, I don't pay. I mean, I do just the opposite. However, I can appreciate what you're talking about.
well, the idea is I know, you got to know what's going out in the world, and I do.
But
But
especially the mainstream what is it, 2 7? I guess
yeah,
5 is up in there now. 2 7 5 and whatever.
and the cable channel.
I I don't find them useful at all when I watch them. Um, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13 and 25 3, which is WNYE. Couple of stations that I watch that and I get Al Jazeera on my phone, BBC, and a little bit more helpful. However, you still have to know a whole lot more than what they're doing. I find that the YouTube is really helpful if you can find the right videos that aren't AI generated, representing people you think you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
people that you know that you think you're listening to, when in fact
you're listening to
it's a
the.
reference, yeah, a generated situation.
Well,
I
I have to
think
tell you one thing. I personally now I take everything with a grain of salt. I mean, I used
take
to.
with more than that.
Yeah,
Got to be kosher, so
yeah, yeah. I,
because well, okay, so with between artificial intelligently generated stuff and deep fakes and you know at point everybody was valuing you know the taping process or the video process. However, you need a whole context and then you need confirmation of the context in order to begin to understand what's going on.
well,
And
something.
that's hmm,
I used to be because I have some training as an investigative reporter, some
uh-huh.
training to work, and it used to be that I would do an, work on an investigative report, try to tell people what's going on. Now you got to be an investigative reporter to figure out what if the news is telling you the right. You got to be an
That's
investigative reporter to find
exactly
out if
correct.
the
Exactly
investigative
correct.
reports are valid. Every person has to be an investigative reporter, and it's
Right.
ridiculous. I
Right.
mean,
If you're unable to multiple source what it is you're relaying to somebody else, you got a good shot at relaying misinformation.
yeah, exactly.
So
It's
when
all
I tell people to do, to take advantage of something that I have benefited from, I tell them, what it is, and then I tell them as much as possible where they can get at least the opposite, if not better, uh, a collaboration on what the story is. And that's going to get more challenging, which is why I'm going to really get into uh, learning how to use the the artificial intelligence agents so that A, I know how to use them, and B, I can recognize when they're being used.
yeah.
Because this thing is happening now. People are sleeping in. And I've been, since I've been working on my economics and my health and stuff. People are trying to sleep through this, and it's you can't you aren't you, a lot of people just aren't aware that they're being manipulated to the max, which is why I say that the betrayal of the American middle class has brought us to this point. There is zero way that the United States would be subjected to the misinformation that passes for instruction if the middle class hadn't been betrayed. And what's going to happen is when they find out that they've been betrayed again, it may get very, very dicey.
Yep.
That's why there's all this talk about civil war, which I don't know. I don't know who's going out to fight that. I'm not. You
Yeah.
know, I don't know any young people who are interested in it. Yeah, it quote unquote things aren't fair, but when have they ever really been? So, what's my function? My function is to bring as much education and enlightenment to the situation, especially de-escalating any emotional. And that sounds funny for me on these particular situations. Take all the emotional energy out and deal just with what is in the best interest of all of us, 8 billion or so, and how do we get there? What alliances need to be made in order to profit from the labor that's already been put in? Once again, there is zero reason why anybody should have any need on this planet at this time, considering the amount of labor or the amount of profit that the labor has already produced.
Yeah. We gotta have some appreciation of what each of us needs. We gotta wrap up a little bit. Isn't
Okay.
it
I'm
late for
done.
you guys? 12:30. You're done. I got
I'm
one
done.
question. I'm gonna look into your that guy, Moonshine. But
Moonshots. Peter
I got a
Diamond.
question for Mike. Who was the actor in uh, To Kill a Mockingbird that stole the scene without saying anything?
Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall.
Yep.
Yeah. I love the smell
Yeah,
of
yeah. But
napalm in the
I
in
don't
the
know.
morning.
I don't know why he's
Robert
not listed.
Duvall.
To Kill a Mockingbird,
Robert Duvall.
1962.
1962. Robert Duvall played Boo Radley.
I know, but he's not listed on this
Really?
website. Yeah,
Really?
How
maybe
could he
because he
not be?
didn't say anything.
That's not the point. He's the major character. Look for who played Boo Radley.
Boo?
Spell it for me.
No, I don't
BOO
see.
and then RADLEY.
This is just a bad website. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not
What's the
IMDb.
website?
I don't know. Let me just get it on
You
IMDb.
you can get it on IMDb or you
Okay.
can get Wikipedia.
So
No,
it's like,
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
He got a book out, you know.
Who does?
Uh, the founder of Wikipedia.
Oh,
His name is, I'm blanking his name right now. But we don't use Wikipedia here.
can I ask a question? Does Wikipedia still have the ability for outside people to change to
Yeah,
change?
that's the whole purpose. Except that somehow, if you have alternative thought, you fail to do very well on Wikipedia. So if
Yeah,
you look up alternative healing or any of the energy medicine folks uh, on Wikipedia, they will be less than kind to them. What
no,
I'm thinking about right now is Deepak Chopra. They beat up on him. They wouldn't let him change his bio. They really scored on Gary Null. They
yeah,
beat up on him bad, and he changed it. He went to them and produced the documents and what have you. And Jimmy Wiles, Jimmy Wells,
yeah,
they didn't change it. So
yeah.
if I can use Britannica or one of the other encyclopedias, I tend to do that.
That's a better choice anyway.
Well, they give you access to enough information, because they have a firewall eventually because they want to make some money. But they give you access to enough information and enough topics, in my experience, that I can get what I need in order to do it. And once again, if I had the capital, then I would, do the Oxford Dictionary and do Encyclopedia Britannica and a couple of others. But, in the meantime.
Yeah, we make do with what we have. That's
Yeah, so I mean, if you play the Wikipedia thing, then there's the illusion that the non-scholar scholar is contributing to the entry and that everything is being verified by the board and everything goes well. And there are a number of people who have had less than a positive experience, and their ability to evaluate non-traditional healing methods has been challenged also. So that's why. Well, did he say it was after 12 o'clock?
yeah.
in your
Oh
place. Yeah.
man, what planet am I on? Okay,
12:20. Do you take ivermectin, Daryl?
I would have.
Oh, so you don't know where to get it. I heard you got to get it to like a place that
No,
sells.
no, it's not a big deal to get it,
Yeah.
especially now that the pandemic is over. There
Yeah.
are a number of reliable places you can get it online if you want, but You'd be surprised if you go to your local
Pet
uh
store. Pet
chemist.
store.
No, pet store. What are you talking about, pet? Ivermectin is for humans.
Okay.
It's a Nobel Prize winning drug.
Yeah.
Look up ivermectin 2024 no 2024 2014 Nobel Prize
Yeah. Okay.
and
All right.
see if
All
it
right. I
comes
just
up.
was looking for like, well, go down to the guy who's shining your shoes and he'll have it.
No, no, no. Go into your local pharmacy and
Yeah.
ask them if
Okay.
they will get you human grade ivermectin. If they
Uh-huh.
won't, then you can get it through a
On the
number of
internet.
doctors online, and you'll be just as uh just as well served as the folks who are getting uh the abortion drugs over online.
Oh, okay.
All right, if
All
you
right.
like, I'd look it up and get you somebody
No,
you're
no, no,
comfortable
no, no,
with.
no, 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 no. I can do that. I just thought because you're talking about alternative medicines.
Hmm. But see, people still have in their mind that ivermectin is some kind of a cattle dewormer or a horse dewormer, in which actually it was invented to be a human. But that's because that's the animal grade. They were blocking people from getting the
I know. Do you
human
know
grade.
why? Do you know why?
Because if there was a cure for um what is the disease?
COVID-19.
Right, if there was a cure, then they couldn't push the emergency
They
use.
couldn't market their drug without liability
Right, it was
because it
against
was
the
an
law.
emergency. Right.
Right.
So that to
So
me,
it's
it's
no longer an
immediately
emergency if you got a cure. That's why they got rid of
any
the hydroxychloroquine.
right. Any illness, you've
Yes.
got uh, pr- uh, preparation. Like in other words, you can get set up to get it, and
Yep.
then you have it, and then you need procedures to solve it. And
Right.
in other words, you can prevent it or you can remedy it. And when they closed off to remedy it, and they just laughed at anybody who said they can, you can do something about it. And they said, no, you can't. You can only use our drug, and then it's an emergency, and
Yep.
it's going to kill everybody, and it's an emergency. So then we can be shielded from liability. That's Pfizer and Moderna. It was just a con game. It was basically an exaggerated flu or something. I know people died, and you may know some people who
Yeah, but
died.
the reason people died is because
It
they weren't treated properly.
it wasn't the COVID. It was whatever else they couldn't fight off because they had
Well,
COVID.
that too, but there was a lot of mistreatment
Yeah, there was a lot of mistreatment. That's right, and
and
so forth.
all that intubation,
Yeah, but
and you had
I got a social
insufficient.
problem. I got a social problem. Like I have a friend who's got what they call long COVID
Uh
symptoms.
huh.
They go on for years of like fatigue and they can't get up. And
Did they
it's
did
from
they
the
seek
vaccine. It's from the
have they
vaccine.
yeah have they sought treatment? Because especially Gary Knoll, they got all kinds of treatments for that now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Gary Null has.
this is the deal. This is the deal. The way that the injection was supposed to work is you get injected in your deltoid muscle in your arm. Within 72 hours, that injection was supposed to uh, stop causing the cells in your arm to replicate the spike protein. So it was supposed to stay confined to the deltoid, and the spike proteins were supposed to stay confined also. Challenge is that the spike proteins um, didn't always stay confined to the deltoid, but more important than that, some of the vaccine, or some of the injection spurred other cells other than the muscles in your deltoid to produce spike proteins. So let's say that the because what happens is oh gosh, the substance went into the cell, and then the organelles inside the cells that um, that were supposed to reproduce the cells were 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 commandeered to produce spike proteins, and those spike proteins were then supposed to stimulate a response by your immune system. That's the way it was supposed to work. And in 48 hours, everything was supposed to be over. You were pumped up and you're ready to go because your immune system is. Well, in some instances, those spike proteins got into other organs, especially the heart. And that's where you get that, whatever the heart disease that was produced in younger people. I mean, it just right now I'm unable to think clearly, so I'm unable to really share what information that I do have. However, I would, if my suggestion would be to take a look, if you have anybody who has long COVID, I would take a look at Gary Knowles' work. I'd take a look at Peter. Oh, what's his name? I'm being blocked right now because Peter Duesberg just died. Peter McCullough. Peter McCullough, put in any of those frontline doctors that were curing people of COVID-19 as compared to, the folks who were just getting you through until it ran its course.
Yeah.
And within a year, that person uh, more than likely will have more than just reduced symptoms. They'll be in much better situation. But that's basically how that all the people who are dying or who have died, the spike protein just got into the wrong area and began multiplying, and that organ wasn't able to produce a proper immune response, or it overproduced, and you got what they called a cascade. What do they call that cascade? Well, in the future, someday in the future, I'll be able to talk to you in a lucid manner with
No,
all
no, you're
with all
being
the facts.
very
But you get a cascade of overreaction that's worse than you getting the disease.
right.
Basically, your
I
immune
know.
system just goes hog wild. It makes autoimmune disease look really good, and you
Yeah.
die. You
Yeah.
just you run it out until it can't run anymore.
And it's hard to
Anyway,
get over dying. It's hard to
yeah.
cure that.
That physical
Okay.
body wasn't all that anyway, so
That's right.
let's move on. So check it out, seriously. What is it? It's something like FFLCC or something, or FLCC. It was frontline doctors for COVID
No, I'll
disease or
look it up. I'll look
something.
it up. I'll look
Yeah,
it up.
Peter McCullough is one of them, and then there's a whole bunch of other ones. That there's these are all people who had the vaccine, were pushing the program, and they weren't seeing their patients get better. So they went in and I don't know, they found about five drugs, only two of which I can quote to you: hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And you mix it with I don't know, a simple antibiotic, I think, and bunch of vitamin C, and you're good to go.
Okay. Good
All
enough. All
right.
right. Thanks. Yes. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. I'm
So
gonna close it here. Let's close it. Okay.
y'all have a good time, Lahaim, and I gotta
Okay.
get ready
Don't
to
get
get
caught.
ready.
Don't get caught in the snow. Wear your galoshes.
I haven't been out of my apartment, man. Out of my brother's apartment. I don't think in 3 days.
All right.
So
Okay.
the energy level isn't there, nor is the want. So when the
Okay.
want comes up, because if I could go outside, I can get picture ID and I can come visit. I can't get on a plane right now, right? Don't you need identification to get on a plane?
Yeah.
There you go. So stay well. Adios, Michael. Was he gone already?
No, he's still there. Its mic is off.
Yeah, I'm done. So
Okay.
you can cut it
All
off.
right. I'm
I
gonna
got